My name's Tony Colson. I'm the Director of IT at Sense, the disability charity, and I'm your event chair over today and tomorrow. I'd just like to kind of, start with a quick open, really. Last year, we saw 30 years of the Disability Discrimination Act, and I was fortunate enough to hear Baroness Tammy Gray-Thompson speak about the impact that it's had on her life, and in particular, the importance that legislation has played. But that in spite of those advances, that we still have huge challenges to overcome. When I think about accessibility, I think about how much more we can be doing to be inclusive, how it should be really a core part of our culture as a society, and to sort of really challenge ourselves about, why do we have to wait for legislation to tell us to do something that we all know is the right thing to do? So, our theme for this conference is about compliance to confidence. It's about us looking at the journey that we need to go on as both organisations and individuals, and broadening our understanding. Over the next 2 days, we're going to hear from some really great speakers, individuals with lots of first-hand knowledge of the challenges and the solutions and the actions that we can be taking just to make ourselves that little bit better. So coming up for today, we're going to start with Martin and then move through a number of speakers, and we'll kind of introduce those briefly as we go. And later on, we've got some breakout sessions, and really excited to hear from those people. And during our kind of break earlier on in the day, we've also got some masterclasses for people. So hope everybody's really looking forward to what we're going to be covering. Before I introduce our first speaker, I'd just like to touch on a couple of points of housekeeping. I'm sure we're all used to the normal rules of keeping your microphone on mute unless you are speaking, please. We would please ask that you use the chat function or the raise hand for any questions that you need to ask. If you're going to be following us on social media throughout the day, we've got the hashtags for Socitm, accessibility, or Share National, so please use those. And the event is also being recorded. We're also trying to make the session as inclusive as possible. You can turn on the closed captions within Teams. That's available under the 3 dots for the more options. We also have some sessions with sign language interpreters as well. And for anybody who's using the sort of large gallery preview, you may need to swap back to the gallery preview for the breakout sessions. So just be aware of that, please.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a really warm welcome on this snowy day from the Socitm team. Done a great job, I think, pulling this event together. And unfortunately, I can't put the warmth of Chennai in the background, but at least we don't have to compete for your, or indeed my, attention with the test match. So accessibility from compliance to confidence. And I was just reflecting on this and my own experience. I guess if we were to go around the room, as it were, the virtual room, we'd all have different challenges, different perspectives, different definitions in mind. But my experience goes back to spending something like 20 years as an associate lecturer with the Open University in their social science and business schools. And looking at the founding principles for the Open University, the guiding principle of being accessible, inclusive, and embracing people, places, methods, and ideas. People first, the consciousness of their physical surroundings for studying, the methods that they can use to study, their writing skills, ideas they can contribute and use, and being open to all people and all perspectives. And I guess that's a metaphor in a way for what we might be concerned with during the course of these 2 days. Our approach to addressing accessibility and inclusiveness in a way that addresses people, places, methods, and ideas. So in the next 10 minutes, I just want to run through a number of topics, talk a little bit about our journey in local government and in Socitm, something about the ubiquity of disability, positioning accessibility in our research program and our priorities. Just a word about our Digital Trends 2021 publication released earlier this week, and then finish up with some questions to consider, some challenges, if you like, for us to consider as we go through the next couple of days in this conference. So our journey. Well, I was just reflecting back to the local government programme that had 14 outcome areas. I was heavily involved in that programme at the time, working at the Improvement Development Agency. And accessibility of services was one of the key outcome, one of those 14 outcome areas in that programme. And of course, since that programme, local authorities and other partner organisations, the voluntary sector and so on, have undertaken a whole range of initiatives, most recently the LGA Digital Inclusion Programme with 10 councils and £200,000, addressing skills, confidence and infrastructure to use digital tools in 10 different localities. And even today in the COVID pandemic, we have councils taking a leading role. So Basildon, Hounslow, Norfolk and others acting as conveners in their localities, in their places, bringing together local companies, voluntary sector, making equipment available, making internet services available and providing support to people to enable them to use digital tools. In 2014, we had the government's digital inclusion strategy, followed by a digital strategy. I think if I was to be critical, I would say that that was a very kind of, the digital inclusion strategy was a very kind of utilitarian model, digital by default through and through, taking a very rational economic view of people and their ability to take advantage of the benefits of online services, as opposed to a wider view of accessibility and capabilities in the community. Our Better Connected programme, over 25 years of work supporting councils in improving their online presence, and a whole range of Socitm informed briefings, case studies and reports in areas like health and social care, looking at assisted living, for example, our harnessing data resource, and more recently our digital ethics resource, which I'll say a little bit more about in a moment. And then importantly, we had 3 Socitm briefings published a couple of years ago in conjunction with Leila Damadaran from Loughborough University, looking at digital by choice and essentially taking a what we call a capabilities approach to making digital services available to people, but more than just making services available, actually addressing the point of people having the skills and the ability to convert resources and public goods, public services into things that were actually useful for them in their particular setting. So giving people the freedom to choose, if you like. It's quite a philosophical point, and one which is bedded in capability theory. And then more recently, a Socitm discussion paper, Mudlarking in the Social Ecology of Cities, Breaking the Public Policy Impasse. And this is quite a strong challenge, really, to the failure of public policy over something like 20 years to really address the digital divide. And recognizing that it's at a local level, there are leading councils undertaking some quite revolutionary work, breaking through this impasse in ways that actually address the needs of people, not consigning people, if you like, certain groups of people to the other side of the tracks, but actually understanding the social and economic problems that those people are facing in their neighbourhoods, in their localities, and being able to turn council services and the partner services in collaboration to turn those around to actually address the needs of those people at ground level. So why accessibility now? Why should it be a concern now? Well, of course, yes, we have the regulations, as Tony has mentioned, but it's much more than that. So last year we undertook a COVID-19 survey. It looked at a range of different areas, and some of those are mentioned on the slide. But each of those, when you think about it, has an accessibility component to it. So home working, does the technology that we provide actually enable people with different kinds of disabilities to access and use the services in a way that they would had they been in the office? And the same with data sharing, digital and IT has accelerated rapidly. Have we kept pace in terms of addressing accessibility in the way that we develop and design and implement our services? So COVID-19 has really brought into sharp focus a number of things. So inequalities, and here I'm talking wider than just our own organizations, but inequalities within society and disabilities. We know that people who have different capabilities are differentially discriminated against in terms of their ability to participate and be active citizens in a COVID-19 world. We've seen data transparency and more openness with data, more sharing of data, but at the same time, a lot of misinformation and conspiracy theories around, and that has undermined confidence and trust in some groups of people. So we need to be cognizant of that and think about the ethical issues in terms of addressing people and treating people fairly. So policies from on high, universal credit that discriminate against particularly needy groups, the people on the other side of the tracks, for example. How do we actually ensure that we build that confidence and trust in government and the services that we provide? And then we've seen the threats, as it were, to the well-being of our people, their mental well-being, their physical well-being, and that again goes wider than just within our own organizations. And all the while, the strategic importance of digital and IT really moving rapidly up the agenda, and the recognition now from the top table, as it were, that digital and IT is actually making a significant contribution to improving outcomes in our communities. I just thought it would be useful just to reflect on a few facts and figures. So just highlighting one or two from this slide. I mean, just look at some of these figures. Almost 1 in 5 working age adults are disabled. Getting on for nearly 50% of pension age adults are disabled. The disabled are more than twice as likely to be unemployed. Life costs you on average £583 more a month if you're disabled. And then the issues of prejudice down in the bottom right of the slide there. So some really quite challenging figures. And when we look at the ubiquity of disability, and this comes from Citizens Online and their recent digital accessibility report, making this point strongly that everyone, yes, everyone, is likely to journey from relative disability in childhood through periods of greater ability and then in later life back to relative disability again. And they talked about different functions that are lost or may be lost in later life. So they make the point that the standard web user, the adult, fully able-bodied, literate web user, is actually the minority group. And we are all, at the very least, not yet disabled. So something just to think about in terms of positioning our work and the priority we give to our work on accessibility. Now, moving on to Socitm and the work that we're currently doing. So this is a piece around what we're calling an ethical digital placemaking model. So what we're saying here is people and places, how can digital make a positive difference to people's lives in ways that address the key social foundations, so things like housing conditions, access to jobs, education, health and well-being, and environmental conditions, things like pollution, air quality and green space, access to green space, that all affect the people's quality of life. And this is founded in Kate Raworth's donut economics model that is based on 12 Sustainable Development Goals, the internationally recognized development goals, and 9 planetary boundaries that are widely recognized from work by Johan Roekstrom and others. And they set out these boundaries, the ecological ceiling, the social foundation, and in between, the safe and just space for humanity. So our concern in Socitm is how can digital make a difference? How can digital, our cultures, our people, our processes, technologies, data, methods, and ideas, how can these make a difference to sustaining that safe and just space for humanity? And how can we do that in a way that is accessible? So thinking about basic ethical principles, and these are all set out in our digital ethics collection on our resource hub. But when you think about fairness and justice, for example, are we being inclusive in all aspects of what we do and what we deliver within our communities? So ethical principles are a key point. And the point is, if we don't address these principles effectively and address the sustainability of our communities in this safe space that Kate Raworth refers to, then we cross the tipping points into areas like climate change, biodiversity loss, poor housing conditions, poor health on the social foundation area, in the social foundation area in the center of the donut, and a whole range of other issues that come into play in terms of the breakdown in society. So for us then, accessibility is absolutely key and core in our thinking about the safe and just space for humanity. And we talk about that in terms of healthy and well communities in our interpretation of this model. And healthy and well communities is one of our key policy themes that we're developing in conjunction with Sam Smith, our Socitm president, in the current year. So our concern there very much about accessibility in diverse, inclusive and healthy, well communities. And I reference our policy priority areas. So there you see healthy and well communities at the top of the list there. And we have 5 policy areas that we're currently addressing. And every one of them, when you think about it, has an accessibility component to it. So when we think about leadership, diversity and skills, then accessibility and inclusivity are a key component within our Leadership Academy program. Service design and transformation, we think about inclusive design and accessibility as being absolutely integral to the development and transformation of our services. I've already talked about ethics, but moving on to modernizing ICT service delivery, how do we ensure that we have diverse and inclusive teams and accessible technology solutions in all that we do? And then lastly, just finishing with our digital trends report, which was published earlier this week, and a little infographic in the center of the screen. So this is making the point that IT has moved up the agenda. Investment in IT is likely to increase as a proportion of our spending, notwithstanding the severe pressures on local government and other public sector organizations. But the expectations that have been generated through the pandemic of the role that digital and IT can play mean that I think we can see a very significant role in the future as we move on through the rest of the pandemic and after the pandemic into whatever shape the new kind of normal takes. But we would need to maintain concern for the basics of infrastructure, cybersecurity, resilience, accessibility of our services, recognizing that emerging technology is ever more pervasive and ever more distributed. The estate that we have to manage becomes more challenging by the moment as we work increasingly with partner organizations and increasingly people with their own consumer devices collecting and generating data that is potentially of use for research purposes and other purposes in terms of targeting local services. So issues of data sharing are going to be even more important as we move into the future. And we will have a significant role, I'd suggest, in creating the ecosystems that allow for these developments to take place. It's ecosystems that are inclusive of people with different diversity of skills and abilities, organizations, and including the seldom heard. So something I heard about yesterday in a seminar with Bradford University, including the seldom heard. Not the hard to reach, the seldom heard. How do we reach these people using the opportunities that are provided by charitable organizations and others that are really close to people in this seldom heard group? So just to finish off then, some questions. And I'd really encourage you, as Tony says, to use the chat function to comment and agree or disagree, to pose your own questions, share experiences, indeed to make suggestions. Where are the gaps in our understanding? What advice would you offer or expect to receive? And what actions would you like to see given priority? So do you incorporate inclusive design at the first stages of planning a new service? Do you make time for accessibility, diversity, and inclusion training and professional development? Do you earmark time to plan and harness tools to develop an accessible service? What about prioritizing and accessing usability testers who have disabilities? And how do you manage accessibility across a wide spread of designers and content creators? So from compliance to confidence, accessible, inclusive, people, places, methods, ideas, embracing everyone, the richness of their diverse capabilities, free to play their part, purposeful and meaningful as active citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for a really thought-provoking and thorough introduction to, I think, what's going to be really exciting. I think there's already some questions coming in around the economics and the donut model, so please carry on with those.
Okay, so firstly, thanks Socitm for putting some time into accessibility and really making time to talk about it. I loved seeing the title of the event from compliance to confidence. Really that really follows Microsoft's journey on accessibility. And so maybe for the next 25 minutes or so, I'd like to think of Microsoft almost as a case study in accessibility. For many years, Microsoft has done accessibility and looked at accessibility, but I would say it's only in the last 5 or 6 years that we've really kind of hit refresh on the whole topic and recognized the need to move away from a risk mitigation model to one of real opportunity, recognizing that essentially more people around the world are using technology on a daily basis than ever before. So one of those things, just to get started on accessibility, if I turn on my live captions here in PowerPoint, just ask yourself if you would feel confident to do this. If you would feel confident to turn this feature on in your place of work or maybe at your next public meeting. And that's one of those easy ways to kind of measure yourself on your own confidence on this journey. Many people look at the auto captioning and think, oh, it's not 100% perfect. Or I feel embarrassed if there would be mistakes. But that doesn't recognize the real signal that it puts forward to people with disabilities that at least you're trying and at least you're starting. Now, auto captioning is not 100% perfect, but I'm going to leave that on for a few minutes. You can always access the captions in Teams as well. Just so if some of you have not put this feature on before, just so you can get an idea for how accurate it actually is in this day and age. And I don't change the way that I speak. I will probably go quite quickly. Take a quick look and get a gauge for how confident you would feel in these captions moving forward. So, as I say, we are an increasingly connected society. You know, the relationship that people have with technology and the way that people access public services through technology is changing globally at the speed of light. I mean, we are seeing every organization around the world recognize its need to digitally transform. COVID has also put a real focus on this need to deliver services digitally. But if we're constantly looking at accessibility as being some kind of extra burden, we will not get there. I have worked in the field of assistive technology for 25 years. I have the scars on my knees next to kneeling down to next to wheelchairs, fixing computers to people's wheelchairs so they would be able to access them. And I can tell you, I spent 20 of those years really looking at the tech industry, thinking, why do we have to create extra features or extra solutions for people with disabilities? Shouldn't this just be built in? And that's what we're moving towards. We're moving towards a world where people with disabilities are more routinely represented in mainstream technology because of this recognition that so many more people are using it. And of course, governments are recognizing this change as well. And so the recent change in the accessibility guidelines through PSBAR recognized the need not just to make websites accessible, which we have routinely failed at over the last 20 years. Let's get this straight. But now there's an increasing demand for apps to be made accessible and for documents to be made accessible. And there is no way we're going to be able to achieve this unless we build organizations that are what the government calls disability confident. And I would 100% agree with that term. Disability confident is a great way to go at this because it allows you to make progress and iterate. It means that you don't have to be perfect on day one or compliant on day one. We want people to increase their confidence on accessibility. Now, as we say, COVID has impacted people with disabilities. Yeah, and I would actually go so far as to say that the organizations that I work with, our customers, our teams delivering our technology, those teams who had already looked at accessibility and worked on it were much more ready for COVID when it came. You know, this idea that suddenly everyone had to deliver their service digitally or had to be able to support their customers digitally. Those organizations that had already thought about the diverse needs of people accessing digital really were ready to be able to support in a much more meaningful way. So we see that COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on people with disabilities in terms of losing their jobs. What we're also starting to see is that people who are maybe trying to access education are not being able to do so when they're being forced into the digital realm. So kids with special needs, as we might term it, kids with additional requirements, are not necessarily getting that day-to-day support that they were getting in person in school. And this is a good way to, well, it's a good thing to reflect on. When we think about every organization as it goes through its digital transformation, it might be that final 20% of people that will miss out if we don't do this inclusively. And actually, you will not be allowed to move forward with your digital transformation or the transformation of your organization without taking people with you. And that's what the regulation should always say. It should say, we want people to adapt, we want people to modernize, we want people to transform, but you've got to make sure that you don't leave people behind in digital transformation. Through this period of COVID and through the pandemic, what we've also seen is some really interesting trends. So our Disability Answer Desk is a free global support mechanism. There's also one for enterprises. So if you're working with your employees or you're building accessible technology, you can also go through us through our service there. But volume of calls to our Disability Answer Desk doubled through COVID. What this means is that people were being forced into digital experiences and were, in a good way, turning to Microsoft for some of that digital support. The dyslexia tools, or the reading tools that we see built into our products, their use went up almost 600%, 560% use of these added tools for reading built into our products. And Teams captioning, captions that maybe you're using in the call right now, the use of those features went up 30 times, 30x through COVID. So what we're seeing is that people's use of the mainstream built-in technology features really ramped up through COVID. Maybe sometimes some people moving away from their specialist technology when they were forced away from their desks. So when we think about disability at Microsoft, of course, I want to show you some of the ways that we talk about disability. So when I talk about us getting increasingly confident, this is not just a team of specialists at Microsoft where we're trying to kind of get people to listen to us. What we're trying to do is build accessibility and disability confidence into the DNA of our organization. So these are some training slides that we share internally, where we just introduce people to disability. And of course, vision, hearing, mobility are three terms that people can kind of get their heads around and think about designing with people's vision, people's hearing, and people's physical access in mind. But what's fascinating about the accessibility world and the way that we approach accessibility at Microsoft is that it's also starting to look at things like the differences in learning ability, neurodiversity, and mental health. And actually, some people the purists who work in accessibility don't always talk about mental health. But when we're trying to get buy-in in an organization to the accessibility narrative and accessibility training and accessibility knowledge, it's really useful to start bringing in some of those wider sets of definitions of disability as you move out. And when we go to an organization to talk about mental health, we can move to what, and everybody wants to have that conversation, but then go and have a chat with them about people's access through screen readers, which you'll see later. Some people need to come in through the mainstream volume disabilities, I would say, before they get to some of those specialist topics later on. So catch people where they are in terms of their desires to learn about disability. We also make sure that all of people at Microsoft understand that 70% of disabilities are invisible, and that disability should not be really termed as a personal health condition. It's just a mismatch in human interaction. Now, the reason that we pivot particularly on this as a topic is to make sure that people who are designing, and I don't just mean designing technology, but people who are designing processes and workplaces, start to consider disability inclusion as a design challenge. A problem that we can work towards solving. Yeah, we can actually deliver just great inclusive design and better experiences for a wider set of human beings, but only if we're deliberate about it. So this is a great slide to get people to kind of challenge themselves to think about everything they do on a daily basis and the teams that they're building and the organizational structure that they're investing in. So a little reflection on Microsoft's journey at Microsoft, and this is being shared as an accessible PDF. We can send this out to everybody so they can study this in more detail. But just to say that we've been doing this for a long time. The ability to type one-handed through sticky keys has been around since '94. Okay, 1994. Bill Gates was talking about trusted computing back in 1997. Our first disability employee resource groups founded in about 2008. And so we always had a conversation about disability within Microsoft, and it was bubbling away. We had an accessibility team, and we listed our products as accessible or explained where they were not, and all of those good things. But really, as I say, we hit refresh in about 2016, when we recognized that there was a real need to move away from risk mitigation. It shouldn't surprise you, a company like Microsoft, there's always risk in delivering inaccessible experiences, and rightly so. Okay, but what we recognized was we were pivoting too much on risk mitigation and lack of transparency, and that we needed to move much more to one of full transparency and seeing disability inclusion as an opportunity to bring more diversity into Microsoft and build a better organization. And so this new approach started with putting Jenny Lay-Flurry in as our Chief Accessibility Officer. Honestly, I can genuinely tell you she's the reason I joined Microsoft, okay? Because for the first time in my career, you could see Microsoft publicly talking about disability with confidence, with strength, yeah? And with some humility, I would actually say. Jenny herself is deaf, profoundly deaf. And I would say this kind of with, maybe not for Twitter, but I would just say this, maybe it took Microsoft too long to put somebody with a disability really in charge of the agenda. When you live with a disability on a daily basis and you build a team with disability talent in it, people start to listen to you differently, okay? Because it's not others. You're not designing accessibility for other people. You're actually designing it for yourselves. If you build strength within your organization and a culture within your organization that says disability is talent, we need it, and who in this organization has a disability and can help us learn more, yeah, then this internal conversation and this culture starts to bubble up. So within Jenny and my team within Microsoft, these are our pillars. We talk about culture, systems, product, and innovation, or the future when it comes to disability. I'm just going to quickly run through a few of these examples for you, or a few examples of this for you, so that you can get an idea of how we're approaching it and maybe how you can approach it as an organization. I definitely think the model we're building is repeatable. Other people can really take some learning from what we've done in the same way that we take learning from others. Now, this central head of accessibility, Jenny, Chief Accessibility Officer, she has both carrot and stick. Okay, she can really go after our teams on when they're not being inclusive. Okay, so she can really kind of go and bring in the highest level of Microsoft management to get things done. But she also really is driving this culture change and this opportunity of accessibility. And so by driving out a general confidence through the organization, what we're finding is that different parts of the organization make commitments to us. Not that, and not commitments that we demand of them. They come to us with their ideas and what they can do. We are not experts on marketing or sales or procurement or engineering. Yeah. But when we meet with them and we talk about their compliance issues and maybe where can we move to kind of some form of delight, yeah, what we start to see is people really get excited about what they can do with their part of the business. If we look at our culture at Microsoft, we published our figures in the US only at the moment on disability representation for the first time. It took us a while to get there, to actually publish this number of 6.1%. This is just US numbers, and this is only people who disclose. So it's only people who share their disability. But it took us a while to get there because you worry at first that people say, "Oh, this is too low, and why is it not high enough?" Yeah, and what are they getting wrong, and what are they not doing? Yeah, what I would say to you is we had to really build the culture piece first to get our number of people disclosing up to a level where we were saying, right, okay, we're ready to go with this now. That came from real investment in our employee resource groups. So at Microsoft, we have we have employee resource groups across lots of different topics, from our Gleam to our indigenous populations to parents at Microsoft to women at Microsoft. But then within disability, we have an umbrella organization for disability inclusion and then subgroups. So every community at Microsoft is able to have its conversation. Employees with dyslexia, parents of children with disabilities, people with diabetes, people with deafness, people with who are bipolar. Yep. Everybody has their own groups, but they fall then under regional umbrella groups for disability. And this voice of disability within the organization really bubbles up and has confidence to then report into our Chief Accessibility Officer about what's working and what's not working, and whether we're being globally consistent on our policies. I can tell you now, we're not 100% there, but we have the structure in place to make sure that the listening channels are there. And then the next thing that we do is we manage accessibility like a business. We have essentially a maturity model across a number of different pillars within our team, and we measure the progress our organization is making. We make sure that leaders and people across the organization understand not just where we are in terms of initial or repeatable policies and processes and product development, all the way through to optimized. And we essentially might measure this across a number of different dimensions: vision and strategy, financials and investment. I'll just read this off the slide. Our development life cycle, our sales, marketing and PR, our training and our tools, our procurement, and our people and culture. I don't know if you could just quickly ask somebody to mute and message them. And to give you an example of some of our people and culture examples, and as I say, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think somebody hit the mute all button. Okay, right. So what we also do is here's some examples for our people and culture. So you might just start with some simple things like, does your building comply with local requirements? Do you have an external policy that mentions disability on your career website? All the way through to kind of where do we think we're going to go? The nirvana for us as Microsoft is that we have other practices listed in the prior levels, global as applicable. Consistent global approach to some of these cultural this cultural progress that we've made. So my advice to people is when they start this journey is don't just measure where you are, but start at the outset knowing where you're going. Yeah, and that will really help you build your plan. And you don't need to get there in 1 year. This can take 4, 5, 10 years for you to really build up that level of representation and cultural change. But you have to start it. And one thing I would tell you, as we reach out to every organization, private, public, charitable sector, you have more people with disabilities in your organization than you know. Okay, it's only when you start going out and having this positive conversation and this talent conversation that people will start to disclose more confidently. Okay, so how does this then start to turn up in some of our processes? Well, actually, our events is probably my favorite example of this ongoing confidence. We're starting to see disability being more routinely represented in everything that we do. So we're starting to see sign language interpreters on stage at our public events. We're starting to see quiet spaces for people with autism or ADHD attending big, noisy tech conferences. And what that says is to everybody who attends those events, accessibility is a topic and people with disabilities are here. Part of the biggest success that we've had at Microsoft is really getting this bedrock of fundamentals out there to our teams, though. So in the UK, about 40% of all Microsoft employees are literally qualified and badged at the first level of accessibility training. This is not even mandated yet. We are moving towards that model. But this bedrock of information that people have about how people with disabilities use technology, how people with disabilities are within the fabric of Microsoft already, and that we need to be behaving as an accessible organization internally and externally with our customers is the absolute fundamental. And you can take some of that training through our fundamentals course. I'm going to pop through some of these slides. These are shareable resources. So how does it turn up in our product? Well, hopefully you've been watching my captions, but it's in so many other ways, from the accessibility checker in Office through to the basic settings on every Windows device that just allow people to personalize their experience. If you want to get your organization excited about one feature at all, and this might seem like the oddest, strangest feature to focus on, try colorblindness. 1 in 12 Caucasian males are colorblind. Yeah, it's about 1 in 200 Caucasian females, and then the numbers vary across different ethnicities. But what you will find there is that people quite often don't even think about color as an issue within their organization. The color filter inside Windows 10 allows people to turn that red-green scorecard into something visible immediately, just through a simple tweak of tech. And this explains to people that actually partly it's to do with the design. Do we need a red-green scorecard, or should we be using color only to convey meaning? Or can people adapt to the experiences that they find themselves in? Accessibility is not good enough to just say we have to deliver fully accessible experiences, because we've got to also exist in the real world where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people create those documents and those platforms within your organization. You have to also empower people with disabilities to make that hack, make that work for them in that particular moment in time. This is also why things like auto captions are so great, because it gives people flexibility in the workplace. Now I'm going to rattle through this. I know I started a little bit late, but I'll try and finish on somewhat on time. Other things I would just say to get people going on the opportunity of accessibility is to think about productivity when everybody knows these features are available. And my best example I can give you here is video and audio transcription. We record all meetings in Teams across Microsoft almost routinely now. And that also drives a kind of a real feeling of transparency within the organization, that people can go and watch those videos and see what was said in certain meetings, or they don't have to turn up at a particular time for a meeting. That in itself is great productivity, especially in these COVID times and as part of this modern workplace. But having automated searchable transcripts in your organization is amazing. So just let me give a little hack that I use all the time. Before I go and see a customer, let's say I'm going to see Vodafone. What I will do is I will go into our video repository across Microsoft Stream, part of Office 365, and I will literally keyword search Vodafone. And what it does is it takes me to parts of videos where people mentioned Vodafone. And I can jump straight to that point where they mentioned that topic in that call. Yeah. And then I can go and listen to it and hear what somebody said and see who said it. This is a huge productivity win for me, because it means that I can go into meetings ready, yeah, and up to speed on what people have been saying. but it only happens because we have this transcription going. So this is an example where features for people with disabilities are invested in and delivered, but then actually as the mainstream starts to realize these things are available, they start to leverage them much more routinely. So last thing I'll say, we also think that disability inclusion when it comes to technology is a great way to get people excited about the future. Artificial intelligence is really, if we think about technology that can see, can speak, can think, can hear, this has the ability potentially to really transform technology for people with disabilities. If we can start to leverage some of these tools and start to innovate with them in mind for people with disabilities, what we will start to see is just great solutions that start working for a much wider group of people. And we're investing in this at Microsoft. We have a $25 million grant program. At the moment, it's taking tenders or taking applications for education products or education services. But essentially, it's a 5-year program where people can get our cognitive services and our investment and our expertise to go and build the next set of tools for people with disabilities to increase access to work, to education, to modern life, and to really facilitate human communication. We think there's a huge opportunity here, and you can go to our website, AI for Accessibility, and look at some of the existing grants that we've put in place and some of the products, people, programs that we're investing in right now. The future of technology must include people with disabilities, and this is not just about the interface. This is also about the data. So the data, when we think about things like car insurance, home insurance, access to education, the accessibility of documents routinely within an organization, the needs that people have across society, we can't make those decisions and we can't build those tools unless the data includes people with disabilities. So one of the other things that we're really working on at Microsoft is to get that representation of people with disabilities into the data sets that people are building technology off the back of, to make sure that we can more routinely build tools that work for all. Okay. Accessibility is a responsibility and opportunity. I hope that's come across in this presentation. I'm going to hang around for the rest of the next couple of hours. So if anybody has any Q&A, I'm really happy to participate in the chat, but in an effort to bring us somewhat back on time, I will wrap it up there. Thanks so much.
Yes, so and also thank you, Hector. That was a fantastic talk. I was genuinely interested. So my name's Oliver Emberton. I am the CEO of Silktide, and today I'm just going to be talking about how accessibility affects people in the real world. So over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to give you 2 brief but very practical examples of how accessibility actually affects people. I'm specifically going to look at what it's like to use the web without hands, and I'm going to look at what it's like to use the web without sight. And I think a lot of the time we talk about these in abstract ways. We talk about these like compliance or regulations, but I actually want to kind of show you what is that experience actually like for real people. So, firstly, how do you browse the web without hands? Or indeed, how do you use a computer without hands? Many of us are so used to using a mouse or a keyboard or a trackpad, touch screen, whatever, that we can't really think of it any other way. This young man is Christopher Hills. He is a famous YouTube video producer. He records and edits his own videos, but he has cerebral palsy, and so he has severely limited motor function. Yet he's able to do all of this by himself, independently, with nothing more than a few button switches. So his complete control of his computer comes down to about 3 or 4 buttons, which you can just see in this photo are mounted in the back of his headrest. So he's able to press his head back into, I think in this case, 3 distinct buttons. And by depressing those in a coordinated fashion, he's literally able to operate a complete set of computers and video editing software, which is kind of amazing. And one of the great reasons why assistive technology makes such a difference. This is another form of input that many people I found are not familiar with. I mean, it's called a sip puff switch. And this essentially is a tube you feed into your mouth, and by making small sips or exhaling, breathing out into the tube, you are essentially able to send signals equivalent to flicking a switch to a computer. And again, through the use of that technology, you're able to operate a complete machine. Again, there's so many of these, I could go through 20 examples, but I'm just going to show you one more. This is a famous example, of course, the late Stephen Hawking. He used an infrared switch, which was mounted to his glasses, and this scanned the muscle in his cheek and essentially looked for twitching motions in his cheek. And believe it or not, simply by performing that action, by essentially flicking a switch, by twitching a muscle, he was able to type at a rate of 1 word per minute. And of course, he wrote multiple books on astrophysics at 1 word per minute, if you can imagine. Later on, through technical advances, he later gained the ability to have autocorrect and word suggestions, and that doubled his typing rate to 2 words per minute, which, if you can imagine, what a transformative change that is. And again, another great testament to how assistive technology can transform people's lives. But this is all theoretical. I kind of want to show you what that's like, right? So we haven't got a lot of time, so I'm just going to take a couple minutes here, but I'm going to try and show you what it's like to use the web if you only have switches. Now, I've rigged this up, so I'm obviously just using like these 3 fake switches here, but essentially I'm going to be able to go next, previous, and select things. This is a simple paradigm that will serve for our purposes. So I'm just going to come out of here. So here is a famous website. I'm sure you've all seen this one. This is GovUK, and they are doing just about everything right when it comes to accessibility. They have generally an excellent experience. And so if you're looking for examples to learn from, this is a pretty great one. The first thing that they're doing here, if I use those switches to step through the page, is you can see it's immediately very clear as I step forward what is selected, right? So I can easily see I have a feature selected. I can step back. And this is about as straightforward and clear as you could hope for. So if I wanted to learn about coronavirus, I can just go into that, and there we go. Nice and simple. Now, we take this for granted. This is kind of what you would expect everyone would do, but unfortunately, it really isn't. If I was to step into another website, so this is a fictional university I have created so as to protect the guilty, as it were. But I'm just going to show you the same kind of experience. So if you look closely as I step through this with my switches, I don't know if you can pick that out, but I've just selected that like the logo, if you will, on the top left. And as I step through it, if you look closely at the options here on the right, they will change color as I'm stepping forward and if I step back. So it's quite subtle. And this is actually an interesting point that I think a lot of people miss with accessibility. I think a lot of people think of accessibility as if it's on or off, as if it's something you pass or something you fail. And that really isn't true. What you're seeing here theoretically would pass WCAG. It would be compliant by the letter of that specification because you can actually see something is changing as I select it. But the experience is kind of terrible. If I was using this myself, I might struggle to see what's actually changed. It's quite subtle, right? There's only a very slight change here in the coloring. Whereas if you compare this to, again, GovUK, it's very, very clear. It's clearly been designed for people who are using through switches or a keyboard. And so, yes, this is a common mistake people make, and they often overlook that kind of distinction. Another thing would be, in this page, I have an important announcement in the middle, which is telling me, due to coronavirus, all students must register and complete their assessments online. And I should use the red button below to register. Now, okay, fine, I want to select that button, but when I try to press a button to go to it, I can't. In fact, I can step through the rest of the page, but I can't access that button. And that's just because the way this page was written is inaccessible. This specific button cannot be selected through anything other than using a mouse. A classic accessibility mistake, a relatively easy one to fix. But this is why that matters, because if you are using a machine through switches, you literally have no other choice. Okay, so I'm going to go back quickly to here. So my next example was, how do you browse the web without sight? how on earth can you use well, how can you browse the web when you can't see? And the answer is actually pretty much the same as everyone else. It turns out most people browse the web with their mobile phones. There's a common, perhaps slightly out of date misconception that people who are blind are sat in front of a computer using a screen reader or a braille reader, but the vast majority of them are just like everyone else using their phone. It's the primary computing device, it's portable, and it tends to have great accessibility built in. And I just want to take 5 minutes to quickly show you what that's actually like. So, at the risk of running a live demo, because these things can go so well, I have actually hooked up my iPhone here. So this is actually my real phone. I'm just broadcasting it, and I have a screen reader enabled on my phone. So I'm just going to unlock this.
Address www.gov.uk. Secure and validated connection.
So hopefully you can hear the voice. I've tested this in advance, but you never know. It is a live demo. But essentially, my phone is speaking to me as I select items on the screen. So although you can see my screen, I want you to imagine that you or myself are blind and there's no way to actually see anything. You are reliant entirely upon the voice that you hear. And you can step through the page in much the same way I stepped through earlier. So I can simply swipe.
Reload button. Skip to main content. gov.uk. Coronavirus. COVID-19. Visited. Link.
So you can see how a screen reader makes it possible to experience the screen. But of course, very much like you have with the Switch, it becomes a linear experience. You're not able to see the page. You can't appreciate perhaps the layout or the colors, the positioning of elements. You're simply forced to step through it, right? There are alternative means. I'm simplifying right now, but essentially you have to be able to experience it in a different context than just seeing what is there. And a lot of people miss this. So GovUK aren't one of them. GovUK have created a great experience here. They've done many, many things right. And one of the things they've done is they put the most important information right at the start. So I only had to swipe a couple of times and I found out about coronavirus. And if I went through it,
National law, Brexit, visited, link, sign into your universal credit account.
Very easy to get to what I want. Now, another thing that you can do with a screen reader is you can skip through types of content. So I'm looking at text right now, but if I wanted, I might want to swipe through headings. So there's a gesture
79 links
where you rotate two fingers on a screen.
Headings. 30 headings.
And so now I can actually swipe.
Popular on gov.uk. Welcome to gov.uk. Popular on gov.uk.
So I'm able to swipe up and down across the screen and select different headings. So this allows me to go and quickly skim through an article, right? So I can just hear the headings of an article and get to it. Now, if you contrast this with another page.
Toolbar. Tabs. Welcome to gov.uk. PDFs. Button. Website not secure. About our open days.
It's great fun to listen to.
Open days.
So what we have here is much the same experience. Superficially, this seems accessible, but if I was to step through it, you'd start to notice a few problems.
Exclamation mark icon in circle.
So for one, they've decided to make every single icon a piece of text. So I have to listen to it reading out the exclamation marks, which is not very helpful. And if I wanted to select that red button earlier.
Important due to coronavirus. About our open days.
You'll see it's completely impossible. Sorry, I've got a few people talking. Could we make sure we're muted, please?
What's that?
Okay. Yes, and then if I wanted to continue down through the page, and experience this content, I would actually have to have it, I would have to listen to all of it being read out. And the reason for that is because this page hasn't added accessible headings. So previously I was able to just skip down, listen to the headings one by one whenever I wanted to. But in this case, if I tried it,
open days, heading not found.
I get told there are no headings.
Heading not found.
I don't know if you can hear that, but it's saying heading not found. So I have no choice if I wanted to experience this page other than to listen to every single word on it, which you can imagine is quite infuriating. I would have to do this sort of thing.
Exclamation mark, important, due to, about our due to, honestly, demo you, learn about, full, you, campus, to register for.
And that would take forever. Obviously, I'm skipping through it, but you would actually have to listen to it. So you can imagine how frustrating such a simple thing as adding headings to a page is and why it makes such a big difference to people's lives in reality. Anyway, we're very short on time, I appreciate, so I'm just going to mute that and let's go back here. So what can you do about it? Well, I highly recommend you learn to use screen readers and other accessible technologies like I just demonstrated. It doesn't take long. It takes about 20 minutes to pick up the basics, and you've already got one. If you have an iPhone or you have an Android phone, you have a screen reader or you have access to a free screen reader. Mobile screen readers are kind of the best ones anyway, so it's a good place to start. We also made this free Chrome plugin, which simulates a screen reader and a variety of other common accessibility issues such as color blindness. You can go and download that for free. But basically try and actually experience what people are going through, right? Don't treat it as an abstraction, treat it as something you can learn from, you can empathize with. And then finally, just considering the consequences, as we should all know now with coronavirus, modern day life is completely dependent on the internet. And accessibility gives people unprecedented independence and freedom. Really, accessibility is amplifying human capability, to paraphrase what Hector said earlier. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity here for us all to take advantage of this and to actually help transform the quality of people's lives. And that's all I have today. Thank you very much. I should slightly amend by saying we're actually hiring accessibility advocates. So if you're as passionate about accessibility as I am, please feel free to check out that address. And thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everybody. I hope you've all had a great time so far at the conference. So we're really delighted to be joining you. I'm going to hand over to Rez, who's going to kickstart us, maybe just in a minute or two. So if you need to grab a drink, then please go and do that. And we'll be starting really soon.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to our BSL Bites. I'm really excited today to be invited here. So obviously you've got the two-day conference where this first session it will talk about the love language service, and we will talk about BSL awareness and BSL finger spelling basic training that we'll do today. So we've got about 30 minutes for this session and we'll go through that. My name is Rez and I am the Director of Love Language with my colleague Naomi.
Hello everybody again, great to be with you.
So I am deaf and Naomi's hearing, and we work together for our services. So we will do a brief presentation about love language and we will show a brief video about love language and what we do. So play the video.
Well, I think we lost some sound there, but that's we'll see if we can get that fixed for the next video. But that just shows you a little bit about who we are and just introducing you really before we start teaching you. We're a company that was set up in 2013 by both myself and Rez. And the aim is really to include deaf people in as many places in society as we possibly can. Is to reimagine diversity and redesign how inclusion works within organisations. We work with organisations to nurture environments and just to create systemic change that makes sure that everyone gets included and no one gets behind. So Rez, I'm going to hand over to you just to talk about a couple of the barriers that people have in the deaf community currently.
Okay, thanks, Naomi. So with lots of deaf people with different skills and academic levels, you know, whether they come out of university and schools and things, and they have barriers to the real world, the hearing world, you know, whether it's going to apply for jobs, barriers are created there, whether it's having to have engagement with HMRC in terms of tax and things. There are quite significant barriers around that as well. In addition to that, medical services such as hospitals, it's really difficult. And the aim is to try and break through those barriers and make all those doors open doors so that the hearing community and the deaf community have exactly the same access. Naomi, over to you.
Thanks, Rez. Yeah, so imagine a world where you can't communicate with your doctor. You can't tell them what symptoms that you've got. Or like Rez says, you can't phone up HMRC to discuss your tax return. But then maybe there's council services you can't access. But further than that, imagine if your child, for example, was going to school, but they couldn't communicate with anyone, they couldn't communicate with the kids, and it's a language they could never learn. So it really affects their networks or their social circles. And then also imagine if you've got elderly parents who are deaf and are going into care homes. And they can't communicate with anyone either. They can't communicate with their carers, their other residents. And you start to see that the scale of the issues where the barriers are. But actually, they don't need to be there. There's lots of these barriers that are specific to the UK and other countries, yes. But there are some amazing examples around the world where these issues are no longer an issue, that there are no longer these barriers, and people live and exist in education sectors, are able to use healthcare services, access telephone services, and they're structures that have been put in by various different countries. So they're ready-made solutions. All we need to do is share this knowledge with you, the decision makers, to see that they're put into place. So that's one of the aims that we do in Love Language. So just a couple of facts about the deaf community. So 1 in 7 people in the UK have a hearing loss. So that could be hearing loss from birth, could be acquired during adulthood through illness or accidents, or there's obviously onset of deafness in elderly people. So from this number, there are between 80 to 130,000 deaf BSL users. 70% of these people are born to hearing families, so families who don't have any understanding about sign language or any understanding about the deaf community. And that results in individuals feeling often isolated from their families and their social circles. The educational experience can be really affected. So there are a number of deaf schools that have been closed, resulting in inclusion within schools of deaf kids. But again, without the tools in place at the school and without the programs in place, these children often get lost within their peer networks and will struggle to keep up with school content. On top of that, they won't be bilingual schools if they're in an inclusion school. So the bilingualism of sign language is incredibly important to make sure that people are able to have strong literacy skills, which is crucial. So from those experiences, a huge number of people will actually have their literary skills affected. So the average reading age of a deaf adult is 9 years old. So this obviously affects people accessing all types of services. If they can't phone up through a video phone interpreter, they also won't be able to read your website or access any kind of chat facility. So it really creates a very isolating experience. 2 out of 3 deaf people say that they feel socially isolated, and deaf people are 4 times more likely, because of all of these impacts, to experience mental health. So obviously now with COVID-19 and lockdown and the importance of access to technology, it's even more crucial to make sure that people are kept connected and actually have services to enable them to connect to essential services. So this can result in deaf people feeling very misunderstood, misrepresented, and generally isolated and not provided for. So this is particularly interesting because at the same time, studies show that sign language itself has huge benefits for everybody. Children who are born into sign language families, whether they're deaf or hearing, are up to 18 months ahead of regular children born to regular hearing families. And that's due to the ease of learning sign language. It's a far quicker language to learn. It develops your cognition, your motor neuron skills really early on. It's also the best second language for people who have dyslexia, which is approximately 7.3 million people in the UK. So for people who are dyslexic and find it incredibly difficult to learn a second language or even master some of their first language, it's an amazing tool to actually overcome some of those challenges that dyslexia creates. And that's the same for any other type of learning difficulty. Sign language has huge benefits for those people. But outside of that, it's an incredible tool for general just cognition, spatial awareness and self-awareness for everybody to learn. So Rez, I'm going to hand back over to you to tell us a little bit more about what we do. Quick overview of our services.
Great, thanks, Naomi. So we here at Love Language, what we provide are interpreting services that are face-to-face, so they can go and ensure that there's accessible communication there. But we also have what we call the 360 approach to make sure that the accessibility is fully inclusive. So if people want, they don't have access to the news and stuff like that, so we can do updates as well to the community and inform them of information. If people go to the shops to purchase things, so for example, at the Apple shop, for example, if a deaf person went into the store and they wanted to buy an iPhone or an iPad, then they needed to communicate through the iPad, they can touch in and link up to Language Live and be able to communicate with an interpreter. So that's an example of a service we've provided. Also, deaf awareness training as well is going out and informing people of how Love Language can engage and give that deaf awareness. How do you book interpreters? How do you engage with interpreters? And all those sorts of things are the sorts of training we can provide. In addition to that, we have a consultation service where we can do presentations and discuss whether level 1 or level 2 BSL is a requirement for you, and that will lead back into our sister company, which is Love Training, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Naomi, have you got any more to add to that?
Yep, so this is our hero project, so Love Language Live. So it's really easy to embed it into any service, gives you instant access to interpreters. It's very cost effective, and it means deaf people can access your service. But Rez, maybe you can tell us what the future will look like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can see like there's potential opportunities, whether you're in a Uber car or you've broken down, and you can have access to a touch screen and discuss with an interpreter and engage with services. I mean, I'd love that in the future, that having that instant access to interpreters, and it can be really basic, and having that entire access to interpreters to phone, whichever services you need, and not having to wait. I mean, often deaf people have to wait 2 weeks mostly to even get access to interpreted services face to face. Okay.
So yeah, we're going to introduce you now to our BSR Bytes section. So we have a screen share.
Sorry, I was just going to take myself off mute so you can hear this one because it's quite a nice video.
Thanks. So we're going to be playing to you. Oh, are we? Sorry, Evie. We're going to be playing our BSR Bytes alphabet song. So we're going to go through this twice, just to give you the opportunity to watch it through. And then we're going to go through it again. And just when you're going through it the second time, just see if you can spot the letters for your name. Rez is going to be doing some interactive sessions after this. And then he might pick on some people. So just be prepared. Okay, when you're ready, Evie, we're ready for the video. Thank you. We can't see it for some reason. And then if you click the screen as well, that should do it.
Is that okay? Can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, we can see the screen. If you click the center, it should be able to play that then. We got it. Thank you.
Naomi, would you like me to play it again for you?
Yeah, we'll run through it once more. I hope everyone's enjoyed it and managed to spot their names. But yeah, one more time. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Thank you, Evie. That's great. So, Rez, I'll hand back over to you to take everybody through. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the video and I hope everybody managed to capture everything or all of the letters. bit of a task, but I'm going to start by just showing you how to do my name. Can everybody see me clearly before we start? Yeah. Okay, so we've got R, E, Z. And this is my sign name, Rez. So I'm going to go into gallery view, please, if that's possible, Evie. And I'm just going to ask if there's any confident people out there who'd be willing to volunteer and show me their finger spelling for their names. Now, we've only got a couple of people on our view, so maybe we could just ask maybe Kevin White. Kevin, did you catch your name?
I think you're on mute, Kevin.
Kevin, your sound's not working.
Microphone.
I've got so many levels of mute just for safety. I can't remember N. I think I might, but K-E-B-I-N.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, very well done. Well pulled off, Kevin. Really.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just also, just to quickly teach you another piece of deaf awareness, because deaf people can't hear the sound of the clap, we do a visual clap. So this is far more stimulating for us. So anytime you want to clap, I want to see everyone's fingers. Thank you. And then one more person. Who can I see? Maybe Tass. I've got a Tass on my screen.
Show me the A again. Show me A.
A.
Ah, okay. All right then. So that's, how do I do it? Like that. T.
T.
A. S.
S. Perfect.
S.
Yes.
Tass.
Really well done. Okay, time's going quickly, so I'm going to just zoom back over to our screen and we'll go through some of the basics. Evie, if you could put me on Spotlight and I'll start teaching just some of the introductory signs, that'd be great. So first of all, I think I'm spotlighted now. Yeah. Hope everyone can see me. So I'm going to teach you some of the basics in introduction. So hello. We've got a couple of different versions here. We can do hello like this, out. And if you're right-handed or left-handed, that you can use either or. So the next sign we're going to teach is good morning. So we've got good, 2 thumbs out, and then morning. So we've got good, morning. So right hand or left hand, whichever right hand you use, from one side of the chest to the other. Good morning. Good afternoon. So good, same again. Afternoon, 2 fingers coming out from your chin. Good afternoon. So before we learn the name, so I'm going to give you the rest of the sentence, which is, my name is R-E-Z. I'm going to show you that again. My name is Rez. R-E-Z. So the other one is, what's your name? So we're just going to start from the basics. It's a different structure. So we start with your. It's actually in topic comment, same as Japanese. So your name, 2 fingers that come from the head. And then what is 1 index finger wagging. Just checking how we're doing for time.
I think we're probably almost at the end, Naomi.
Thank you. That's great. We'll shoot down to super signs. Evie, if you can go on to that slide. And we'll wrap up. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about some of our Love Learning, which is animated sign language app. And on that, if we can go to the next slide, it just talks about some of the cool things about sign language and why it's really good for hearing people as well as deaf people. So you can speak underwater. And on the next slide, you can learn the international version of sign language, which means you can go around the world and speak to anybody you like without the restrictions of having to learn each individual language. So slide 20, a couple of people that we work with, so slide 21. And yeah, we'd love to see how we could support you reach your deaf audiences too. So that's it from myself and Rez. If you want to get in touch, we're on LinkedIn and we'll be back here again tomorrow at the same time. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
That's great. Thank you ever so much, both of you, for those classes. Hopefully everybody's really enjoyed those. I know sign language is one of those things I need to do a bit more practice on, and you know, really encourage everybody to try and learn at least a little bit, even if that's just an ability to say hello or to say your name, and you know, just start a conversation up from there. So okay, so we're going to start the breakout sessions in a moment, just to explain briefly how these will work. So we have two streams that are going to be running side by side. Stream 1 will kind of people remain in this room. Stream 2, you can go and join the other room. So in a few minutes, you'll get a pop-up appear on screen, says you've been assigned to breakout room 2 with the options of join or later. Now, if you want to stay in here, click later. If you want to move to the other session, you can click join. You can swap between the rooms at any point in time, depending on where you are. It is either join the room or it is return to the main room. The buttons are up in the sort of the top right on the Teams menu. Please just be cautious about particularly the return button. It's quite similar to the leave button. If you do end up out the conference, obviously please drop back in. There are Socitm staff in each session, and just a quick reminder on raise hands, use the chat, and obviously keep microphones muted. So the two streams we have, so we have a half an hour session, and then we've got to swap for another half-hour session. So our first session in room 1, we have Zoe Bates from Sense, who's going to talk to us about employability support, and in room 2 we've got Gareth Morales from Welsh Government, which is looking at how we deal with the challenges of language and service delivery from that point of view.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Bates and I'm the Employment Coordinator for Sense, which is a national charity that supports people with complex disabilities. I provide a bespoke service to support people along their journey into work. I support with writing CVs, cover letters and application forms, and practice interview techniques, and also liaise with employers on how to interview a visually impaired person and how to support their staff that have a visual impairment. I would allow you now to all think back to how you got ready this morning, checking to see what the time is, jumping in the shower, getting dressed and having a coffee with your breakfast. I'm now going to show you a short clip of the 4 most common eye conditions, which are glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, age-related macular degeneration and cataracts. Tony, could you please play the video for me? Bear with me a second, guys. I'm just going to get the video started. Yeah. I'm just going to try and get Tony to play the video, so bear with me all a second. I do apologise.
Just one moment. Sorry, I was on with Poppy.
No problem, Tony.
I did. Here we go. Just wait for the screen to share.
Thank you.
You okay, Tony? Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, if you're there, you might be quicker at it because I was just reloading it.
So the video comprises of the conditions that I just mentioned. There is no sound on the video, but it shows a slow deterioration of each eye condition. So as soon as it comes up, you'll see what I'm going on about.
Can you see it?
Nothing as yet.
Can anyone see it now?
Yeah, so as you can see in the top left is glaucoma, the top right is diabetic retinopathy, bottom left is age-related macular degeneration or AMD, and the bottom right is cataracts. And you'll see through the video that obviously the eye conditions degenerate. And I do apologise if you just hear my guide dog snoring in the background. I do apologise. So now think of how you would feel doing those tasks with one of those eye conditions. These are just a few issues a visually impaired person faces on a daily basis. So think about how hard it is to seek employment with application forms, CVs, job search websites, and to go through all of this with a visual impairment, or stay in work with no support to continue the work that you enjoy. Most people with a visual impairment, including myself, want to continue to and enjoy working. We've usually got all the qualifications and are very tech savvy for most jobs, but may need some advice and assistance. In Birmingham, there are over 6,000 people of working age living with some degree of sight loss. Nearly 2,000 are registered blind or partially sighted, and 2/3 of those are not in paid employment. These figures are set to increase by around 25% by the year 2030. These figures were from the RNIB's data toolkit from 2016. So with the help from employers and charity support, those worrying figures should hopefully decrease. The way I support visually impaired individuals with interview preparation is by not only researching into the job or the company, but also a holistic approach. What I mean by this is getting the individual interview ready with practical advice and guidance. So as setting up as daily calendar events that they must complete in time for the interview. As most companies give a week's notice of a forthcoming interview, this gives the individual at least 7 days to organise and prepare themselves. By setting up daily tasks, alleviate some of the stress and anxiety. These tasks may sound pretty basic, but for somebody with sight loss, organisation is key. These tasks comprise of making sure they have an interview outfit ready, and if they need financial support with this, there are organisations such as Suits for Success that can provide a complete makeover. I may also advise a trip to the hairdressers or barbers, which may offer concessions on trainee nights. Then it is then best for the individual to plan a route of how they will get to their place of interview and practice the route several times beforehand at the same time as the interview will take place. This alleviates stress as the individual will know how long it will take to get there and what money is needed. They can also get financial support from their local job centre if necessary. One of the other most important tasks to get ready is their paperwork, such as forms of ID and a proof of address. I would then support them to research the company and the job role. Then we would go through a couple of mock interview sessions around the job description they have provided for me. If at all possible, I would get an outside organisation to assist with the mock interviews. I also go through in great detail about interview behaviours, such as putting your hand out so the interviewer will shake it, which stops the awkwardness of trying to find the hand. I go through how to keep eye contact, which can be very difficult if you have little vision. And one of the most important is trying to keep calm. And if you are a fidgeter, trying to control it by wriggling your toes instead of your hands, etc. On the morning of the interview, they will not feel as anxious because of the week's tasks they have already completed. A potential employer could provide support with the interview by making sure all correspondence is in an accessible format, and also ask if the individual needs any reasonable adjustments for the interview, such as greeting them at the reception and guiding them to the interview room, adjusting the lighting. If any assessment needs to be completed, making sure that's in an accessible format too. Also, if an interpreter is required, making sure that one is booked. Interpreter support can be provided through Access to Work. With this conversation to the potential new employer, this eases their anxiety and also opens up the conversation with their new employer around disability awareness. I hope you have found this interesting, and now if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them best as I can. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to listen to me today, and I hope you found the talk enlightening and of interest. Thank you.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you, Zoe. So just for anybody else to see, there is now a link in the chat if you did want to try and drop into the other session. Please do that. But yeah, if anybody's got questions for Zoe or what we do in terms of employment support, even if you're just thinking from a point of view of interviewing and questions you might want to ask from that point of view, please do pop them in the chat and I'll relay them to Zoe.
Thank you, Tony.
Super. So we've got a question from Taz Smith, and she asks, says, I wonder whether our new remote way of working has actually helped people with sight loss. So
it's a bit of a two answered question. Yes, in some areas, but no in others. Yes, because I think it takes out of the stress a little bit, because individual hasn't got to worry about how they're going to get to the place of interview, because that can be fairly stressful. But the other side of it is some people don't have the actual technology to do video interviews. Conference call style ones are sometimes better as well, because they haven't got to worry about the accessible equipment on PCs if they haven't got that available to them. Hope that answers that.
yeah, I think we've got nod and a thumbs up from Taz there. And anybody else with any questions? We must have some. I think maybe Zoe, what would you say has perhaps been the most unusual request you've had around employment support in the time you've been doing it?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Put me on the spot, Tony, why don't you? In terms of support from a client, or from a potentially or from an organisation?
Perhaps both of them. You know, different.
I think the most outlandish job that I wouldn't say outlandish. One of the jobs that one of my service users wanted to be was actually they wanted to be an air pilot. They wanted to be able to fly planes, which if you've got a visual impairment could be quite tricky, because you obviously need to see where you're going. But how we sort of altered that thought pattern is probably working in the aviation industry instead, and working on simulation products. So we went through what qualifications the individual would need to do that, and source out the courses that would be accessible for him to use. So they actually got onto some courses and are still completing some of the courses to go into the aviation industry. I think as an organisation, organisations' oddest thing, to be honest, I haven't really had many anything asked that's quite unusual. I do feel that with organisations, when they're going through the interview process, is opening that conversation of, is there anything that you need, and making sure all assessments or correspondence is in a format that the individual can use, such as email, large print, braille if necessary, and just asking those questions, and not being frightened of asking those questions. And I think some organisations get a bit scared of what terminology to use to an individual with a visual impairment. They get scared of using things such as, well, can you see that? Or have you seen that over there? What does that look like? Most people with a visual impairment aren't going to get offended by that. It's, you know, and I think one of the best video clips I've ever watched, which does have a bit of fruity language in it, is Things Not to Say to a Blind Person, which is available on BBC iPlayer, and it's quite a funny watch, but as I said, it does have a little bit of colourful language in it. Any other questions, Tony? I hope I answered that okay.
Yeah, no, that's great. We've got a couple of things coming in. So from Kim, we've got great keynote and very enlightening. She's asked, what tools are you using on your PC to be able to comprehend communication in documents on websites? So do you use some toolbars, for instance? And then some really good, nice, positive comments from Chantel and from Paul about, just thinking about, having not asked people before interview, and a real eye-opening element. So yeah, do you want to just pick up on that question around kind of tools, and we'll look at the others?
The assisted, so I'll just give you a little bit of background about myself first, so you've got a bit of understanding. So I'm actually registered blind. My eye condition is glaucoma. I've got no vision in my left eye. In fact, it's a false eye. And in my right eye, how I describe my vision is looking through something the size of a 5p piece. And if you're wearing glasses, you've opened a very hot oven. So all I really see is shapes and colours. And the technology that I use is Zoom Text, which is a screen reader and a magnification. On my phones and tablets, I use the inbuilt, especially with iPhone products, their inbuilt accessibility is pretty good. But the way I'm conversing with you today is I've got my PA in my ear. She's just telling me that the videos are ready and things like that. So I do use a PA to support me within the role that I do. Hope that answers that question.
Yeah, we've got another question now from James, and he says, "Are inaccessible PDFs a problem?"
Yes. A pretty good quick answer to that. PDFs are an absolute nightmare with any form of assisted technology. This is why I always recommend that you do a Word document as well as doing a PDF, because they just are not readable on they're not very good, to be honest, on any form of assisted tech. You can't go into them properly. You can't move the dialogue around. You can't interact with the PDF by, you know, if you need it editing, it's a bit of a nightmare. So Word documents are a saviour.
Super. Okay, some other comments we've got coming in. So, conversation like this is so helpful in building confidence to ask the right questions. I know that that's something that when we were planning the session, we were, definitely trying to make sure we got right. And another question from Taz now says, have you used or got experience of people using the Be My Eyes service? So, is that right, Taz? Might need you to.
Yeah, Be My Eyes is a really good service. Just to explain it a little bit, you've got an app on your phone, and if there is something that you want read out to you or you can't see anything, you click on the app. An individual would take that call, you'd have the conversation of what you actually want read out, and they would read it to you. All the volunteers that are on Be My Eyes are all vetted, they've all been trained, so there is no GDPR issue or anything, or health and safety or safeguarding issue. So it's really them interacting with the individual to read what needs to be read. There are lots of other apps on phones as well. I mean, I could reel off a huge list. My favourite one is Seeing AI, actually. That's a brilliant app because it reads documents, it reads short text, it tells you what currency, it tells you what's in the room, what an individual looks like in front of you. It also does colours. So that's one of my favourite go-to apps.
Okay, so that's great. We've got a few people say they use Be My Eyes. So we've got questions flooding in now. So I'll perhaps bundle a couple of these up. So we've got a question about, do you have any experience of using QR codes? And also, are accessible web pages easier to use than things like Word documents?
Yeah, to the latter question, yeah, they are much more easier. As for the sorry, what was it again? The code QR. Sorry, yeah. If I'm using something, they can be a little bit difficult, I will admit, is trying to get your camera onto that position. But if you're using some kind of, if you're using an app, especially something like I'm just trying to think of one that would be of help. Bear with me a second. Either Be My Eyes or Seeing AI. They can sort of inform you of where the actual code is that you need to click onto. The other thing I recommend as well are Allcam glasses. They're really good. It's a pair of glasses, or it's a camera that you can attach to your glasses, and that reads documents, it reads codes, it helps with shopping as well because it can read barcodes, it does face recognition, So that's really good bit of tech to use, and I recommend them if you're in sort of an administration job, or you're going into an administration, and you can get those through Access to Work at no cost to yourself or the company if it's a new job that you're going into.
Sorry. So yeah, lots of, again, we've got some good comments in about guides and JAWS, and thanks for an informative response. Got a couple of minutes, and then we'll look at another one, just checking if there's any questions I've missed. Oh, Hayley, do you have any experience using the built-in accessibility tools on websites such as Socitm?
No, I will honestly put my hands up and say no to that one. Do apologise, but I can look into it and get back to you on that.
And I think, sorry, because I was just on checking a few things. Taz just asked, could you just confirm the app that you mentioned? Was it Seeing AI?
Yes, Seeing AI. If you want any additional information on some of the apps that I recommend, Tony will pass on my details. Contact me, and I can send them all out.
I think one of the things,
also user guides as well.
Yep. One of the things we're going to try and do at Socitm as well is pull together a list of all the technologies that have been mentioned, and at day 2 is also a bit more of a focus on that. So yeah, we can get all those details sorted. Okay, so thanks ever so much, Zoe. Lots of, like I say, lots of really encouraging thoughts in the chat. Lots of support things. So yeah, just pass on the thanks from that.
Oh, so if you were designing a language technology strategy for your sort of language, what would be your top 3 technical infrastructure priorities, you reckon? What would be the 3 things that you'd want to make sure that you had if your language, if you needed to support citizens in another language other than English? Have a think about that. Maybe put some in the chat, and I'll check the chat later. Have we got our own chat here, do you think? I'm not quite sure, Dave. Or is it just the main chat?
Yeah, we have our own chat, Gareth. So
this isn't our own one.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Well, let's just fire away then. Put your top 3 things that you'd want to make sure you had in your language. I'll return to that subject in about 5 minutes or less. So I'm just going to say something in Welsh first, so that at least you get to hear another language. So, sut allwn ni gael gwasanaethau i bobl yn eu dewis nhw o iaith? Dyna dwi'n mynd i sôn am. Mewn byd sydd gyda 7,000 o ieithoedd, a llawer ohonynt heb adnoddau digidol, bydd y drafodaeth yn edrych ar sut allwn ni gael gwasanaethau i bobl yn eu dewis nhw o iaith. So ers 2012, dwi wedi bod yn arbenigwr technoleg iaith Gymraeg yn Llywodraeth Cymru. So what I said there in Welsh was, how can we get services to people in their own chosen language in a world with, do you know how many languages there are in the world, anyone? A rough guess? How many different languages in the world? Okay, well, it's 7,000. There are 7,000 or so languages in the world, and many of these have few or no digital resources. In fact, some of these languages are so small, in some cases, there's only 1 speaker left, which is awful, really, and it makes you wonder, you know, even having someone to say a few words at their funeral, it won't be in their language. The discussion will be about how we can get services to people in their first choice of language. I've worked with Welsh language technology since 2012 at the Welsh Government, and so this is something that I'm really passionate about. Another thing I'll look at in this session as well is procurement. So we need to make sure that Welsh public money buys products that work bilingually. And this is a challenge, and it's something we've only just come around to realise, really, is that in order for companies to know how to deliver multilingual services, it's useful if there are some sort of guidelines. So we'll look in a little while at what are the kinds of things that would help people know what to specify in the apps and the services that they develop. So in 2013, when I came in 2012. So the first time we built a strategy for Welsh, there were only a handful of Welsh apps really, And so our main priorities all those years ago, and 7 years ago or 8 years ago, was to try and increase the number of Welsh apps and software. And so we focused on that really. We gave grants to companies to build apps in Welsh and that sort of thing. And we also focused on getting Welsh speakers using more Welsh language software, digital content, resources and services. And then sort of time passed and we started to see more apps appear in Welsh, and it was less of a rarity really, more things appeared in Welsh. And at the same time as this was happening, a few sort of political things were going on in Wales. So a new Welsh language commissioner and Welsh language standards appeared in Wales, where there were obligations on the public sector bodies to make sure that their services work bilingually. We had a thing called the Future Generations Act in Wales, which was a really sort of far-reaching and a lot of foresight in that act. And it looked at not just language obligations, but services for people with disabilities. Accessibility was central to this, and things like making sure that carbon emissions were considered in new services and so on. So it's a really nicely rounded act, the Future Gens Act, and I think it's one that other countries are looking at really and saying, I wonder if we could bring in something like this for our nation. And then there was a strategy called Cymraeg 2050, which aimed to double the number of Welsh speakers from about 500,000 up to 1 million by the year 2050. And perhaps more challengingly as well, apart from doubling the number of speakers, it was looking at doubling the daily usage of Welsh. And so when you think about the situation in the digital sphere today, if you even just go back a few years, we started off with just the keyboard to enter our data. And then a little bit later, you'd see the mouse appear. And so we would use the mouse to control information on our screens. But if you look at our kids today and the way we use computers today, we're increasingly using our voices really to access things. And so Welsh language had a few sort of infrastructural challenges. I'm just going to pop into chat and just see if anyone's made some suggestions about what their top 3 priorities are.
Nothing in there at the minute, Gareth.
Oh, there's nothing in there. Well, that's okay. There's no spoilers then. In that case, I'll just go and tell you what we decided to do in Welsh Government. We looked at 3 things, and this is our priorities. These have been our priorities for the last couple of years. So the first one is speech, because as I mentioned, it used to be a keyboard, then it was mouse, and now it's our voices. That means that we search with our voice. We use our voice to interact with our smart speakers. We use our voice increasingly. But at the time when we wrote this strategy, there was no actual transcription, so that what you spoke in Welsh was typed out by the computer. And that full transcription is what we need in order for things to move forward. So that's the first. The second one was translation. So things have moved on an awful lot thanks to neural networks, and the quality of machine translation has become a lot better. But we were wondering, how is it that we've got these 22 local authorities in Wales, but none of them shares the translation memories with others? And translation memories, for those who are familiar with translation, are, if you're a translator, when you get something in English, you bring it into your software, and all the English is split into single sentences down the left. And then the right-hand column is populated with any sentence that's already been translated. So the recycling is collected on Tuesday, for example. It's in the translation memory, it's bought in. And all the translator has to do is fill in the gaps, write new translations. And if you think how efficient that system is, it means that you never have to translate the same system twice. But at the moment, local authorities work as islands and they don't share their translation memories. So wouldn't it be great if everybody could use everybody else's translation memory that's been de-identified? So you take out any personal data, but the stuff like, the bins are collected on Friday, there's nothing secret about that. Let's just share that. So we're looking at that, and we're also looking at a question: could we make machine translation better if we focused in on particular domains, say health, for example? And so we're investigating that. And the third of the three, so it's speech, translation. The third one, conversational AI. So these are the chatbots, the smart loudspeakers, and other things. So machines would understand the Welsh language in addition to recognizing it. So there's a bit of semantic stuff. And what's come along to help us since we've written the strategy are word embeddings. And I'm getting a bit technical here, but word embeddings are where you take a massive corpus of text and you give every word a mathematical value according to how close it is to other words. And what that means is using these vectors, you can extrapolate the meaning of words. These are used in English as well, not just Welsh. So those are our top three priorities. So how do we do this? Well, we're really determined. You know, in Welsh there's market failure. There's not a lot of money to be made by commercial companies by working in Welsh. So we think that what we're funding is a public good. So what we want to do is to make sure that others can benefit from this public good by making sure that when we fund something, as far as possible, it can be then licensed openly so that companies can come, take that, and they've already got the R&D sort of costs out of the way. They've already got a ready-made thing, and they can take that product into the market. We're looking at how can we make it easier for major companies to introduce Welsh. So if things are openly licensed, it means that it's quite easy for them then to adopt them. Wikipedia has been important. We like the sort of licensing model there, and it's quite interesting. Jimmy Wales, I went to the 20th birthday speech that he gave to Wikimedia UK a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying when I started Wikipedia, I just saw it as an electronic sort of encyclopedia, really, a bit like sort of like what was that thing that Microsoft had that people used to buy in a CD-ROM? Encarta. He said, I just saw it as a little bit of an Encarta. But he says, little did I realize that by now, whenever you ask a question to Siri or Alexa or OK Google, the answer often comes from Wikipedia. So we've had to become the kind of sum of all human knowledge, or at least part of it. And so can we get this to work in Welsh is a really interesting thing. Education so important in Welsh because there are Welsh schools where the whole curriculum is taught through the medium of Welsh. So that's been a big consideration. And also procurement as well. So making sure that Welsh public money buys products and services that actually work both in English and in Welsh bilingually. And I'll talk a bit about the descriptive guidelines in a bit. International companies. So there's no point building all of these things if no one's using them. So we've been speaking with companies like Microsoft, with Amazon Alexa, AWS have been open to it as well. Cisco are looking at getting their training materials out bilingually. And I think discussions are happening with Adobe and Apple by education colleagues on the Welsh Hub website. We like working with universities. We like the way that they are interested in research, and we like the fact that they're very open to the idea of licensing what they build openly as well. So we work with Bangor University on an AI called Maxen, and that uses speech transcription and that kind of thing. They've also developed voice banking for people through throat cancer and losing the power of their own speech. Wouldn't it be terrible if a Welsh speaker had to then, after an operation to remove the voice box, speak in English only? We didn't like that idea, so we've funded work on voice banking in Welsh. And they can sample their own voice while they still have it as well, so that they can speak something that approximates to their own voice. And we've also funded free-to-use bilingual speech-to-text voices as well, so station announcements could be made really easily bilingually. And then in Cardiff, we're working on these word embeddings that I mentioned. Wikipedia, we've funded community activities, workshops and webinars, recently webinars. I think Wikidata has been really important as well, and I think we've got millions of entries in Welsh about Wikidata, and we've funded themed campaigns around music, literature. This year, I mean, unfortunately, really, because it's hard for people to get out for anything other than exercise, but we've been looking at a thing called WikiPics, where people go out and take photos of important landmarks and caption them and upload them. And we're building a national collection of sort of local landmarks as well. Education, automatically presenting apps in Welsh schools. So we've done some work with education to make sure that when a Welsh school learner logs onto Hub, they'll see the interface in Welsh by default, although they can change it back easily into English if they want to. And we also, with the pandemic, we knew with lockdown and schools closing that there'd be lots of children who would normally be at school, homeschooling, and this is unique to Wales, I guess, really, is that quite often you've got a child who speaks Welsh, but their parents don't. And so imagine being a parent of a child who's learning a course in a language you don't speak. So we wanted to give them tools to help them. So there's a thing called Cysgliad, which is like a Welsh spell checker and grammar checker, and that's been really useful to independently learning learners at schools. We've commissioned coding resources in Welsh, and the Welsh government's looked at additional learning needs, and we do have some concerns around especially voice technologies in Welsh. Procurement, some of the things that we need to, I'm just looking now at the clock. Dave, we started a bit late.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. Continue. We'll run over. We'll run over slightly anyway. So that's not a problem.
And Dave, do me a favour. If you see a question in chat, could you interrupt me and ask it?
Of course I can. Yeah, of course I can. And if anyone has got any questions for Gareth, please put them in the chat, and I can happily bring you in if needed.
That's lovely. Thank you so much. So what sort of guidelines would a company want in order to deliver something that worked multilingually? And when you think about it, we're helping companies to crack international markets here with this. So I'm really pleased that if we can help a company to sort of productize their thing multilingually, it will introduce them to new markets. Some of the things that you wouldn't expect, I suppose, that you might not think about unless you had them written down. One of them is sort of the cost of multilingualizing your product into your budget and your time frame. So it does take a bit longer to build something that works in more than just English. So build that into your project plan and build it into your budget plan as well. Don't hide content that isn't yet available in that language. So when I met with Google a few years ago, I was asking them, why is it when I toggle my language interface to Welsh, I don't see Google News? And they say, because we don't do Google News in Welsh. And so we've developed this thing, even if the service isn't available in Welsh, don't hide it, because that's a disincentive. Do show it. And don't use flags to denote language in your language toggles, because it's a very political thing. Imagine Northern Ireland, if you use the Union Jack and the Irish flag to denote the languages, it's better to use the words. And then when the user toggles a language, they need to keep in the context of where they were in the other language. So if you're on the About page and you click on Cymraeg or Welsh, you don't want to be taken to the home page. You want to go to the Amdano Ni page, the part that's like the About Us in Welsh.
Gareth, sorry,
yeah.
Gareth, we've just got a point in there that's raised by Hector, that'd be interested to see how the British providers are meeting commitments in Wales. So, for example, BBC just created a digital assistant on Azure, and BBC Wales. Sorry, we're getting chats coming on the other one. And BBC Wales must have a great idea set as well. So, if there's any thoughts around that at all.
Yeah, I have a feeling, I used to work for the BBC, Hector, and I have a feeling the BBC could do a lot more for the Welsh, because 1% of their license fee payers are Welsh speakers. And I think it's really important that they do consider us in their commissioning in that.
If you could take a look at their Beeb app. So
okay.
if you just go to the Windows Store and take a look at it, what they've done is they've brought kind of regional accents into it for the output, right? So they've gone to that level on the kind of the personalization of the AI. It'd be super interesting to see what their plans are for Wales, and I can certainly make some links into them for you if you want to do that. That'd be great.
I'm sure my ignorance here. Is the Beeb app a voice bot or a text?
Yeah, exactly. It's their response to Alexa, and all these sorts of things. So they're creating their own specialized version called Beeb.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
you say okay Beeb, and my computer will kick it in now as it does, so you ask it the news, you ask it the cricket score, you ask it what's on TV, you ask to play audio podcasts and things like that. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what their plan is.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's good. I think the most challenging thing with the speech bots is to get the basically what you need to be able to do is to get a full transcription, as we saw above your voice when you were speaking earlier, and it was very accurate, actually, surprisingly. You need to have that for Welsh, and we're nearly there. We've got 70% accuracy at Bangor University, but we'd like it to be higher. So we'll carry on working on that. And we're also been speaking with your company as well about some exciting speech developments, and I'm really excited about some work that Microsoft is planning around.
Gareth, I just want to before I just move on to another question, I just wanted to let everybody know that obviously this session is going to be running over. So Gareth's obviously onto this session till 12:15, and then we're going to move over to Kevin. But if anybody does want to listen to the Hinckley and Bosworth session in the main room, by all means, obviously, go back to that main session where you can hear about how they're approaching web accessibility. That session will be then finishing on time. We will be running until 1:15 and doing the break. We'll be running until 12:45, and then we'll be having our break, and then we'll be all joining the main session at 1:15. Sorry, Gareth, I just wanted to make sure, give everyone the opportunity. There's another point in there as well. It's coming from Lee. Do you run into any difficulties with different dialects?
Yeah, we recently funded a PhD study into this actually, and she took subtitles from S4C programs. S4C is a Welsh language television channel, and she compared a scripted drama from based in North Wales to one in South Wales, and then she ran that against a few other things. She did find that certain regional variations were easier to understand than others, and that was down to the volume of data, because the data used to train automatic speech recognition is transcribed audio, and I think most of the transcribed audio that was available was with a Welsh North Wales accent, and so it was the automatic speech recognition could recognise that accent more easily and more accurately than the West Wales accent. That's a really good question, Lee. Thank you. So things that you wouldn't think about when you're organising sorting data. The alphabet in Welsh is different. So in the English alphabet, in Welsh it's A, B, Ec, Ech, D, M, E, M. It's a different alphabet. So do you sort things according to the Welsh alphabet or the English? So we guide companies into sort of saying, well, sort it in Welsh according to the Welsh alphabet. You've got decisions to make for the user. So put yourself in the shoes of the user. Would you expect the language that's presented to you to come via a splash page every time? Would you like it the language to be maintained according to the web address? So if you typed in the Welsh web address, you'd automatically get the Welsh one. If you type the English, you'd get automatically the English. But there'd be a toggle. Would you like your language choice to be implicitly determined from the language, from the method used to access the application? That's convoluted. Or would you like the locale setting to set? So if your browser was set to Welsh, would you expect the content to be Welsh? It's all those sorts of things. But I would say any explicit language selection by a user should override any implicit or presumed selection. And would you, for example, expect as a user, if you tick the preference with Welsh Government, say, for that to be preserved wherever you go along the Welsh Government thing, even months later? Would you expect it? Would you expect the cookie to remember your choice? Even that a long time after. These are difficult questions, really. But I think users are mainly forgiving of this thing. So struggles we've got, I suppose. There's one little Microsoft-based thing that Microsoft are addressing at the moment, and that is, who knew we'd all be meeting virtually so much during the pandemic? And one of the things with Teams that Teams hasn't yet got, but Zoom did have, which is an extra audio channel for simultaneous translation. And I know that's been addressed at the moment, but that was a challenge for the Welsh community, because what it meant was that when meetings were held on Teams, we had to go to English to hold our meetings, whereas on Zoom they could be held in Welsh with the simultaneous translation. That wouldn't have been such a big problem because people would have just gone to Zoom. But actually, the feeling in the public sector in Wales is very strongly that Teams is a more secure way of holding meetings than Zoom. So for the public sector in Wales, we carried on meeting in Teams, and that was a problem. Health systems. So in Wales, we've got a health system called WCCIS, where, for example, if a mother has a new baby in Penygroes and she speaks Welsh, and the health visitor goes to meet her and she speaks Welsh, the questions that are asked are in English. So that means that the technology is determining the language of that conversation. And I don't think that's right. I think the rights of the patient or the person who's receiving the care should go beyond what the technological limitations are. And that's worrying me. That's one of the things that keeps me awake at night. I also am kept awake at night by chatbots a little bit, because can you imagine a family in Wales all getting excited for school? You know, imagine the schools are back. A Johnny bach, Brysia, fod y san ymlaen rwan, mae bus yn dod mewn bach, come on rwan, Brysia rwan. And I mean, mae Johnny bach yn dweud, Mam, dwi angen ymbrella heddiw, dwi'n mynd I bwrw glaw heddiw. And maen nhw'n mynd I lawr Brysia, a maen nhw'n dweud, Alexa, what's the weather forecast in Cardiff today? Suddenly, because Alexa doesn't speak Welsh, the whole family's language has been turned from Welsh to English because the technology deemed it necessary. And that's a very powerful tool for changing languages of families. So that's another thing that is a struggle for a language. The technology influences the language we are allowed to speak. Back to COVID-19 on Wales and on the Welsh language. Well, lots of festivals and cultural events had to move online. And generally they did, you know, parts of them were able to move online. Things like the National Eisteddfod of Wales didn't really have a crowning or the cheering of the bard ceremonies it would have normally. But a lot of the fringe events carried on. Lots of the competitions that were able to be held online were held online. School closures have been challenging, especially where the parents don't speak Welsh. I think that's been really hard. We've seen a few really innovative stuff. IBM Watson turned up with a partnership with the health board at Bro Taf Health Board in Wales, and they produced a sort of COVID health text bot that worked bilingually, and IBM went and added Welsh as their 49th IBM Watson translation language. That was really good. The economic impact may mean that we have less to spend on these sorts of adaptations in the future. And I don't know, next steps for Welsh, I'd say I'd like to improve the accuracy of the speech translation. I'd like to see a new narrow domain neural network English-Welsh machine translation that's openly licensed and released. Maybe if we did that for health, it might mean that the health visitor could speak with the new mother in Welsh, and there'd be a high degree of confidence that it was accurate. And I think moving from translation as a necessity for conversational AI to working natively. At the moment, when we work with conversational artificial intelligence, we're basically translating what the machine hears in Welsh into English, querying the brain in English, getting an English reply, and then translating that back into Welsh so that the user can hear it. I'd like to work more natively in Welsh as time goes by.
And just to add there, Gareth, just to add there as well, there's a useful link that's been put in by Hector there around Microsoft AI for cultural heritage. So there's in the chat function there, and also a comment about perhaps, and I think we've seen it in the main session as well, around the recorded Teams meetings in stream, which can also contribute to a data set. And I think that's cropped up a few times, I think, this morning, hasn't it, across the sessions as well.
Yeah, the whole data set thing. I mean, because neural networks need massive volumes of data, it's a concern. How can we get enough data for a small language like Welsh? One thing we're looking at, I mentioned word embeddings earlier. Cardiff University are doing some research into cross-lingual word embeddings. So this is taking a data-rich language like English and comparing the vectors for the same equivalent words and seeing, can we leverage the huge data of English to improve Welsh things? And I'm happy to talk individually to people about that one-to-one afterwards. Are there any questions before? Because we've got about 4 minutes for questions, Dave. Anything that anybody would like to ask?
Has anybody got any questions for Gareth that they want to put in the chat or want to raise hand and we can bring you in? Like Gareth says, we've got a couple of minutes before I introduce our next speaker. Hector?
Yeah, sorry to hog the the chat. I'm really interested to hear if anybody has set their team's language to Welsh. So one of the things that I do is I work across multinational teams. I'm a member of many sort of Spanish teams and things like this, and they carry on their conversation in Spanish, and I'm able to translate the chat instantly, just in the chat, into my first language, which is English. Yeah, set to English. Have we got any experience of any Welsh speakers successfully using that feature? Because I think that would be super interesting to let people know they can change their default language to Welsh. They can still see the English, but then they can kind of individually choose to have messages they maybe don't understand clearly into Welsh. And I'd just be interested in the feedback, frankly, and whether people know it's possible.
Is there any feedback from you, Gareth, on that?
Yeah, I have got my Teams interface in Welsh, and I can actually listen to somebody in Spanish with Welsh subtitles. I think I can set the translation. In English, there's not much point really because I understand it. I wouldn't need it.
Yeah, but it's also just the instant chat that goes on now can also just be individually translated into your preferred first language, and I think that's the bit that would be interesting, where 99% people probably get the English all right, but occasionally you just want to see what the Welsh is, and you can do that instantly there.
Sure.
It'd be super interesting to see, how many people would set their preferred language as Welsh.
Maybe someone else in the room.
Yeah, we've got a. Does anyone else want to come in on the last couple of minutes? Just check for some more hands for you in the chat, Gareth.
Sure.
There's nobody wanting to come in. Nothing further. Just a comment from Lee. Really interesting chat. Really interesting discussion. But there's no further questions, Gareth. So I don't know. Obviously, if there's anything you want to finish on, and then I'll pass over because I believe we've got Kevin on the session.
I think with the theme of the day being about accessibility, language isn't a protected characteristic, and it's probably not as important as being able to understand things when you're deaf or so on. But I just think if we put ourselves in the shoes of the user and ask, what would I really appreciate as a service from the public sector, then I don't think we can go far wrong. And language is one of those things, I think.
Well, Gareth, I appreciate obviously you assisting and coming on and helping today, and obviously apologies for the technical difficulties there at the beginning. But obviously, hopefully you'll be around for further today, and obviously if there is any further questions, Gareth, that comes in, obviously we'll feed those back, and we'll get those for you. But obviously, by all means, respond to any in the chat if some come in. So Gareth, thanks very much.
Okay, so I just want to talk about how we're approaching web accessibility at Hinckley and Bosworth Council. So I'm Anne Jones and I'm Web Officer at the Council. Can I have the next slide, Tony? Is that okay? Okay, brilliant. So I'm first of all going to talk about who we are, just briefly. Then I'm going to go through our approach. And then hopefully that will lead to a discussion about what your organisation's doing. So between us, we may be able to come up with some tips for best practice. Next slide, please. Thanks. Okay, so we're a small team. There's two of us that look after the website, the intranet, and my account and forms. But we also get support from the communications support officer. And we have a developer who works with us a couple of days a week. And across the council, we have 12 editors as well. Okay, so our approach, I've sort of broken it down into 6 elements. We really want to get it right. I want to talk about skills and knowledge, how you've got to get support from senior managers and getting the organisation on board, supporting staff, and also how to work with suppliers. That's sort of our approach, which I'll go through now. Okay, so we want to get it right. We want all of our customers to use our services. We really don't want to exclude people. I think we've had family members who've actually cried when they've been able to access the council newspaper because it's been in large print and they've been able to get that information for the first time. And I think as well we see it as a personal challenge to improve the accessibility of our site. We see as we are a council, so we think we should set a good example. We serve the people of the borough and we should be leading the way. One example of what we like to do is check the number of problematic PDFs which drop off the site each week. We use Silktide to do this, and we are actually bringing the number down now. Also, we like, oh, sorry, can you go back for a sec? Sorry. We also like simple and accessible web content. I like to use this myself. I think a lot of people do. If a site is simple and clear to use, more people will use it, and we don't want to sort of lose people with jargon and badly designed content and poor structure. Thanks, Tony. Okay, skills and knowledge. I think it really helps us to understand in practice how to make it accessible, to understand what makes good link text, what's the good heading structure. So I think that's invaluable, really, to understand how to do it in practice. We use the WCAG guidelines a lot to clarify points, and also I find that if you're dealing with a third party, if you can say that it's an accessibility issue, according to the WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, that makes it a little bit more objective, so it's not just your opinion, it's something that needs to be looked at. One thing we've really started using is the Adobe Acrobat accessibility tools, especially auto tag and the accessibility check. I mean, it doesn't make it completely accessible. There are problems with the heading structure, which I think you have to manually go in and make changes yourself, but it does really help to use those features. We also look at other websites which are scoring well for accessibility in the Silktide Index, and we try and attend webinars and conferences. Okay, so getting support from senior managers, this is really essential. I think you need support from the top if you want to deliver an accessible website. It helps when there are arguments within the organisation. And when you're getting that support, I think you need to be really clear why it matters to the organisation. So you can talk about the legislation, the Web Accessibility Directive, but you can also talk about how an accessible site helps build up take-up, and so it saves the council money if more people are using the site, because it's a much cheaper channel. And also, we are, like I said before, we're a council, so we see it as the right thing to do. And more people are relying on it now since COVID. Okay. So getting the organisation on board, it's really important to make staff aware of web accessibility. We find that some staff have never heard of web accessibility. They don't really know what it is, and they may not know it's actually possible to open up documents so that they work with assistive technology. Also, I think it's really important to show them advantages, practical advantages. If you give them examples of what works and what doesn't, that helps them to understand why it's important, and show it's the norm. Look at GovUK and other councils are doing well. If they can do it, so can we. And also just to stress, accessible sites benefit everybody. It's more usable on a mobile, for example, and also perhaps go over the legislation, the Web Accessibility Directive. Another important aspect is supporting all staff. We do quite a lot of this. We have content guidelines, publishing guidelines, how to add pages guidelines, which all have accessibility built in, trying to do things in the right way. We train all staff in creating Word, PDF and Excel documents. This is much broader because anybody in the organisation may be creating a Word or Excel document. We have how-to documents and guidelines how to do that. We recently introduced for the staff induction an online learning module with Learning Pool, which introduces all new staff to the organisation, web accessibility, so why it's important, who to contact, where to get support from. We find the how-to guides are really useful for PDFs. Sometimes we provide these to suppliers as well because they've never heard of accessibility or how to create an accessible PDF. With web team support, we do a lot of phone support, email support, one-to-one support, and we also review what our guidelines regularly because things change and we learn new things, so that needs to be fed back into the training. So we repeat the training as a refresher because people can forget if they've not created a document in a few months, and we might have learned new things may have changed in a few months. Okay, so working with suppliers. I think it's really important to let suppliers know of any issues. We actually use Silktide and we monitor up to 6 pages of each third-party application. And from that, we publish specific accessibility statements with issues. We let the suppliers know we're doing this. I think it's also really important to test third-party applications before sign-off, but to also understand you probably won't be able to test the whole product, so you need to explain to the supplier what the limited scope is. But that does help sort of with any headers and any sort of template issues. as I said before, we provide some guidelines for suppliers as well. And we include in the contract that the site must be WCAG 2.1 AA compliant for any sort of upgrades or new sites. And if it isn't, we would expect the supplier to correct that at their own cost if it's a basic thing. Okay, so that's sort of basically our approach at Hinckley and Bosworth. So what I was hoping to do now was open it to a bit of a discussion, really, to find out what other people are doing in their organisation and how they're dealing with inaccessible PDFs and how whether the legislation has helped you to deliver a more accessible site and what your obstacles are and any tips. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Anne. So we've certainly got a question about, have you found any pockets of resistance, people who've refused to engage with the process? So yeah, how have you found it from that point of view?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's an ongoing battle in some ways. People have to learn why they need to do it, and certainly services have a lot of PDFs on the site. That has been a difficult issue, and we're trying to we've provided one-to-one training to show them what they need to do. We have to help them a lot, support them, because I think a lot of people find it very difficult to correct a PDF. They can do certain things, maybe like add the alt text, but some of the people find it very difficult to make it to pass the accessibility checker tools in Adobe. So certainly where there's a lot of PDFs on the site, we've had to come up with different strategies to deal with that. Another one is to sort of ask for things on demand and have it as a web page. So have the key information as a web page, and if people want a printed version, and they can contact the council for that, rather than expect everybody to use that to get the information they need.
Okay, and just in terms of, like they said, the internal view across the departments, do you find that there's any difficulty in getting them to engage in the process at all, or do you find that most people are kind of really, really see its value?
I think slowly. I think the legislation as well. If we can't sort of explain why you need to do something, then we can go back to the legislation and say, well, things have changed and we have to be doing this now. But we hope that people can see why they need to be doing it before we have to sort of mention legislation.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on, then we've got another question now around common theme I hear at my council is, once we make our documents WCAG compliant, they stop looking so good for fully sighted people. Do we need to do more, show our work around how inaccessible our documents are? And if I just ask, I think there's just maybe a bit of feedback somewhere. Just remind people to have mics muted if you can, please.
Well, I think is the question is, if you make something accessible, it's not as attractive. Is that kind of?
I think that's the gist. Yes. Who was that? Taz. Yeah. I don't know. You're on mute, Taz. Do you want to take yourself off mute and just?
Oh yeah. So we've done a load of work doing things like our committee reports and also our recruitment documents to make them accessible. And the moan you hear back. So I work in IT, but the moan you hear back is, oh, they don't look very good now. Or they're harder to use for people internally. But that's because they've never had to use them and struggled to use them before they were reorganised. I think if there's a way we can show people how they didn't really work beforehand, that might help to get the message across.
I think what we did to try and help with that was we created promotional pages, and obviously you can't do it for every PDF, but it's making content a bit more visually attractive if that's what's required for a specific purpose, and it's making it a lot more accessible because it's an HTML page rather than a PDF. Though I still think you just want to get the information. It has to be fit for purpose, doesn't it? I mean, good design is, people often don't notice, do they? So I think that's obviously a little bit subjective anyway, but I think if you wanted to have something that's more accessible and visually pleasing, then I think, say, a promotional web HTML page might work better than a complicated PDF. That's what we've done anyway.
Okay, got a couple of kind of sort of comments, questions from Gavin. So Gavin says they're finding old skills have been brought back into use, as about report writing and those things, but specifically asks, do you find your IT team a challenge, Anne? I guess that's in terms of accessibility and tools and those kinds of things, rather than just are they a challenge overall?
Okay, no, I don't think so. No, I think the challenge is getting over to people why they need to do it, and then I think it's much easier with a web page, but I think with a PDF, it's also then the technical knowledge needed sometimes. People find it difficult. Say, if you've got to alter a tag in a PDF, that can be quite difficult for some of the editors. I think that's the biggest challenge for us.
Gavin, I didn't know, did I represent that properly? I saw you came on screen. Did you want to dive in quickly?
Yeah, I work in Portsmouth City Council IT, and I find there's a bit of a kickback from our engineering section compared to our application support. So in our application support, we're about making things more efficient and better for customers' needs. And the engineering is like, well, we've got to make this safer, and that opens up different aspects. So we get within IT, there is a little bit of that going on, where you've got one side that's saying it needs to be functional, and the other side saying, but you know, it's got to be safe. I have pointed out a brick is safe, but it's not usable. So you know, it's that type of kickback, and when we get our users involved as well, you've got like a triangle of everyone has what their needs are, but in that triangle, you know, they're all butting against each other because they have their own priorities, and it's then trying to smooth that out to say, look, in this architecture, it's available for everybody. And actually, if you open up accessibility, I've said this previously, where we had a tool for accessibility users, and instead of making it just for accessibility tool for them, we made it site-wide. And then productivity went up because there were people who were self-helping and using tools to increase their productivity. So there were a lot of arguments that suddenly went away when we introduced all of these tools to everybody to say, look, this isn't just about one group of people. This is about everybody, because at one point in your life, everybody's going to have something taken away from them, whether it be temporary, situational, or permanent. And so therefore you can just make it better and make it easier and make effort less. So and we're trying to push that to because our communications team is completely separate to our IT team. So the IT team is coming on leaps and bounds, and the communications team is coming on leaps and bounds, but they're at different levels and different areas. So it's an interesting situation to manage.
Where do you get the most resistance from within your organisation, from which services regarding sort of accessibility?
All of them. There's no one service that says you know, more restriction than others. It depends on the time of year. So for example, right now our housing and benefits teams are really kicking back because they're saying we just don't have time to learn this, because it's their most busiest time of the year. But if I ask them in, say, June, July, then it will be a completely different story. But I think the biggest challenge we've got is people being able to see differently than what they're narrowly focused on. So if it's okay for you, then why isn't it okay for everybody else? And it's trying to get over that hurdle. And there's a couple of tools available. I'll put them in the panel this afternoon, that are website tools that enable you to be able to see what somebody else sees. So it's like a plugin for Chrome browser, and you know, so you can do the reading back function on the screen. You can do the magnification. You can do different colors, and it's a really good tool. It's free to use for businesses as well, and for councils. For us, it's just, you know, it's something that has to be in your toolbox, and that enables people to be able to see. For example, I said to colleagues, put it on mild dyslexia, and then you'll be able to see what I see every day. And the kickback I got from colleagues was, you see that every day? I said, yeah, that's how I have to focus, and I have to look past it. And so then we got a completely different understanding from people who use that tool to be able to see what somebody else sees. And so we broaden what their experience is. So it's less of a, you know, a hurdle to get over, more of a, we just smash the wall down, because they now understand that, you know, it's not just this, you know. Sorry for taking over a lot
I
there.
think that's a good point. It's showing them, isn't it, in practice, how it makes a difference and what you see, definitely.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks, Kevin. So we've got quite a lot of questions that are kind of coming. I'll try and see if we can get through these. So there's a couple of questions, Anne, that have been around kind of engagement with external companies and how they've kind of responded to things. So, you know, Ryan says they've had some experience about, you know, they don't understand the importance of WCAG, so it becomes a bit of a battle to come across. I know there was, one earlier on. Dale asks, how do you deal with suppliers that refuse to acknowledge issues or want to charge for a change? And I can answer a bit of that from Sense's experience when you've had your piece if you want.
I think it's when you buy a new product or when there's an upgrade, I think that's the time to bring in the web accessibility if it's not already in the contract. I think it is really tough if you've already got a system and it isn't accessible and you've signed that off. But I think at some point it will need upgrading, won't it? Even if you keep the same system, or you may buy a new system. I think that point is when you need to build in accessibility into the contract, that it does need to comply with WCAG 2.1 AA, and now it's a legal requirement. It's not optional. If you need to go down that route, and often with third parties, you will need to state that.
Yeah, and just for just to come back from just share something from Sense's point of view, we've recently gone through the procurement process around a replacement HR system. As we were doing that, we had one we specifically raised about accessibility in the process. We had one company who said that they didn't have any and it wasn't something they were seeking to work towards, and we threw them out the process straight away. We didn't even bother looking at the product. So I think there are some things there. I know it's something as well we'll touch on later on the panel as well. But it is a challenge, and you know, certainly our experience as a disability charity, we don't always get it right ourselves. You know, there isn't perfection. It wasn't a focus previously, and I think for me, it's not about necessarily getting that, but it is about kind of asking the question and how we deal with the answer when the answer isn't quite what we need it to be. Lots of other comments coming in, some questions around. There's been some comments around, and Zoe touched on in her session about the differences between Word and PDF, and the accessibility being a little easier in Word than in PDFs. At Hinckley, are you just looking at PDFs? Are you doing everything that way, or have you considered the kind of Word accessibility as well?
I think from what I know, Word is more accessible than a PDF. Some people don't like Word documents because they might not have Word on their computer at home and it might not display that well for them. So I think sometimes people want a PDF for that reason. But we always say if you can create a web page, just do that. That's easily the best solution rather than Word or PDF. But I think, yeah, Word's probably more accessible, but doesn't always display as well as a PDF. What does everybody else think?
There's certainly a few comments for that. I don't know if anybody wants to come in. Gavin's with us.
Yeah, I agree. Word in some areas. So if you've got just text, Word is the best option. But if you're including text, diagrams, graphs, anything else which points to anywhere with HTML links or anything else like that, PDF is a far better format. But I totally agree. If you can put it as a web page, put it as a web page. We use web forms, so we've started using inbuilt web page things for everything. So you get rid of your PDFs, you get rid of your Word documents. All we've got to do is change internally how we present that with our policies on what we do and share that with all of the users. We just got to change that. At the moment, we're still using PDFs, so there's hope in the future.
Yeah. Right, I'm just scanning through if there's lots of kind of conversation floating backwards and forwards, particularly around the kind of the PDF and the website thing. See, yeah, Lisa says Tyneside, they're doing some similar things. Has anybody got anything sort of particular that I've missed in the chat? If you just want to raise your your hand up or a repost. Sorry, it's scrolling off screen a bit too quickly. Or yeah, any other questions for Anne? Okay, so Kelly asks, have you found a way to test mobile applications for accessibility? They have a few in the council and they're looking for ways to test them.
We don't really use mobile applications. We decided to go down the responsive route because it was a lot cheaper for us and we thought we could make it more accessible. So I'm probably not the best person to talk about testing mobile applications as such, but maybe there's somebody else who can comment on that.
Yeah, is there anybody else who's been doing that or looking at that? I'm getting a couple of shakes and things. Andrew, I think you're on mute, Andrew. You there, Andrew? It's still showing you as on mute, I'm afraid.
Let's try again.
There we go.
Anyone using Apple products who's got a visual disability should be aware of the website called Apple This. That's VIS. And they tend to test apps and Apple software for accessibility. And they also have podcasts where some of their experts talk you through using the apps. So it's well worth having a look at that website if you're going to be using Apple Kit. Hope that's useful.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you, Andrew. And I know just following on, that's a theme that's kind of run through a bit of some of the kind of conversations around that choice around the kind of the ecosystem, which platforms are slightly better. As we said, I think, you know, most of the people we work with in Sense tend to find that Apple is a little bit more forgiving and usable when it comes to accessibility. Doesn't always fit, you know, as organisations say, with their kind of corporate IT policies, which we've kind of referenced as well. Hector's also posted you can test mobile apps via accessibilityinsights.io, so that's posted in the chat as well. Few people are testing against kind of WCAG standards and various other things from that point of view. So what else have we got in there? So Catan says he's just picking up on a conversation, agreeing with Gavin. Says the web team is seen as the team who have to pick up accessibility at the end of the chain, which isn't necessarily the right way to improve content, and they have some daily challenges with services and educating the whole of the organization. So is that something, I mean, you've touched on that a little bit already, and touched on the kind of the leadership things. Well, do you feel that you've got the buy-in really around that organisationally, or do you think it's that kind of still early steps?
Probably fairly early steps. I mean, people are taking it more seriously now, but I think some people just genuinely find it difficult as well. So I think certainly, like I said before, with some of the PDF work, maybe it does take somebody in the web team to do some of that fixing if a PDF does need to go on the site. But other things, say putting a web page together sort of with the right heading structure and things like this, we probably send that back to the editor and try and train them so they know how to do it next time. So I think it depends on the complexity of the issue, really.
Okay, that's great. We've also got some recommendations around, I think Hector's posting some things around accessibility, and like I say, we'll try and get those things wrapped up. Paul, you've got your hand up. Have you got a question you wanted to come in on?
Yeah, no, thank you. It was just around how we create those accessible documents. We've found with a lot of our community engagement that we work within focus groups, and you know, I'll give you an example of that with Learning Disability Group. We went in and we sat down and said, this is our document, this is what the message we're trying to send out. How does that sit with you? And what they did was actually they made about 4 or 5 simple adjustments to this document that provided it to be used as a platform for other fire and rescue services as well. That were just simple adaptations. Quite often I think we overthink things. It becomes quite complex, and we have a mantra of like simple communication is good communication. But what we have identified in working in different social groups and focus groups is they often provide the solutions for us that are quite easy and just simplistic to make those changes, you know, in trying to be more accessible and more usable. And what we're currently doing is baking that into our workforce so that accessibility is business as usual from the start of development, design, discussion, everything. So when it comes to the end product, everybody's aware of their responsibility around that, but they're also confident and competent in their ability to embed in accessibility into everything that they do.
Paul, can I just ask you how you do that? Do you sort of give the document to the group and they make comments, or do you do it as a more user testing exercise? So you just literally give them the document and they make comments, and if it's something a common thread, then that's something you would change. Is that right? Or?
So an example sort of from my position where I sit within the organisation, and it is around supporting people with disabilities and impairments. I work regionally, locally and nationally to make sure that the groups that I'm involved with are the groups that may be supporting people's specific needs. So around the deaf community, we did a lot of work with them, how we could provide a more accessible service to them, providing information. With the sight loss communities, we work very closely with the charities and also the regional charities as well, giving them samples of our documents, giving them samples of our activities and saying, is this accessible for your service users? And what it's done, it's provided us some really good opportunities where we haven't created that box and just put it on their lap and say, look what we've done for you. We've done it almost in a partnership, in a mutual space where we recognise that we are the experts around fire and fire risk, but they're the experts in how we communicate that to their community. So we do create these opportunities of whether it be a focus group or whether we go and engage with an organisation that supports service user needs, then that allows us to sometimes be very simplistic in our approach. We tend to be very over technical and overdo things, but by having the early opportunity of discussing that in a forum of where there are service users, end clients almost, we found that really beneficial to us. So we're able to sit at those different areas to enable us that when we do provide that package and we put it out there and it's had everything around it, considering accessibility and usability for the clients that we're trying to reach.
Thank you.
That's great. I'm just going to share my screen. Gareth, I'm very envious of you to be able to speak so extensively without slides to prompt you. I have a dreadful memory, so I'm going to use some slides. I'm Kevin White, Head of Digital Accessibility in the Scottish Government. Oh, sorry, Dave, as well. If there are any questions that pop up in the chat, I can't see the chat.
Yeah.
So please do feel free to interrupt me and I can answer as they go along.
No problem.
So yeah, I'm the Head of Digital Accessibility in the Scottish Government. I also work for the Web Accessibility Initiative, which is part of the W3C, in one of their working groups, in a couple of their working groups. And I also run Accessibility Scotland, which took a hiatus last year because we couldn't do anything physical and we didn't like digital conferences. This one withstanding, this one's good. So some of the aims of the Scottish Government around about digital accessibility. We're committed to increasing democratic engagement in its broadest senses, and our services are a key part of that citizen engagement. We're kind of firmly committed to the idea that designing services with users and them being part of that improves the quality of it. More than that, though, designing services with disabled users improves their access, or in some cases actually gives them access. So what I'm going to do today is just kind of talk through some of the aspects that we consider when looking at including people in the creation of digital services. A little bit about why this matters, or why user experience matters. We know these things from kind of years of doing this stuff, and there's plenty of research available in terms of business cases. But good user experiences improves efficiency of using that service. Nobody wants to spend 5 hours struggling through a tax form or a service to try and get your large rubbish items picked up. We also get a reduction in errors. It's particularly important for internal systems where we're transferring data left, right, and centre, and we're engaging with citizens, and we want to make sure that we're we're doing it right. There's reduced development costs. If you can find the problems at the start of the process rather than at the end, then it's cheaper. And similarly, reduced support costs. If your service is usable and doesn't require a PhD in order to use, then your support costs go down because you don't need to provide as much sort of first line, second line, third line support for users. So why does it matter for disabled, or why does disabled user experience matter? Well, as has been raised, we've got approximately 1 in 5 people in Scotland, or actually it's a statistic that kind of is relatively consistent across the developing world. We've got about 1 in 5 people who live with a long-term health condition or disability, and that has varying degrees of effect, but 10% of those people have that affects them hugely. More broadly, we've got some legal obligations to make services accessible. We have the public sector bodies accessibility regulations, but realistically, we had the Equalities Act, still do. We had the Disability Discrimination Act. All of these pretty much say make your stuff accessible, and it's a legal obligation to do so. So we've had that for a good long while. I personally believe there's a moral duty to make our services accessible. Within the public sector, we are providing our services for all citizens. That we don't get to pick and choose which citizens we should be providing those services for. We can, so as I alluded to earlier, this idea of poor user experience can exclude people. Whilst a poor user experience might make you frustrated, irritated, want to throw your computer or your phone across the room, whatever it is, actually for disabled people, a poor user experience can actually actively exclude them. It can limit them in their ability to use that service. Now, that can have an impact on sort of your social life and so forth. But I think where it starts to get interesting is when you're looking at work opportunities, and that limiting people from access to work, I think, is a big problem. So I'm not just talking about sort of the external services we provide. I'm talking about things like the digital workplace as well. And ultimately, this reduces independence and isolates people. And I think that's something we've certainly seen more apparent and problematic over the last year as COVID has limited people's ability to get out and participate in the way that they normally would. Okay, so inclusive design. So there's lots of different aspects, or there's lots of different definitions of inclusive design. It kind of originates from the concept called universal design, which developed in the built environment and was looking at how do you ensure that that built environment is usable by people, and the places that we have are usable by people regardless of age, ability, circumstance, anything like that. And it's very much about designing for the widest range of people as possible. And that tends to create better designs and actually brings better benefits to more people. So inclusive design's an approach, accessibility is a result. But we kind of try and weave the two together. They're often talked about together. Why is it a good approach? So accessibility isn't something that just affects people with disabilities or disabled people. It actually, the kind of modifications and accommodations that are made can benefit everyone at different times. So there's an overlapping of need. So this graph I found on a inclusive design toolkit at Cambridge Engineering Design Centre, and it just shows that as the user experience gets worse, it's a bit of a non-intuitive graph, but as the user experience gets worse, the number of users that have difficulties or are excluded actually increases. So actually, now that I look at the graph, it's probably not a good graph, but the idea is we get a poorer user experience, and it's not a drop-off. It's not like suddenly, all right, that's all disabled people are removed and everybody else is fine. It actually has an impact on a variety of other people. A good example of that is captions. Captions are absolutely essential for people who are deaf and hard of hearing to access audio content. But they also benefit other people. So someone sitting on a bus with a mobile phone and a pile of kids behind them with music playing or having a good lively chat. Having captions within that video can actually benefit them because it contributes to the situational impairment that they are experiencing, where they are unable to hear the video. So there is a benefit there, and that as we kind of design that user experience to engage with all the accommodations and modifications that we can make for accessibility, it benefits everybody, reduces that difficulty and frustration that most people can experience when dealing with poor user experiences. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk through the phases of design. So anybody that's kind of aware of the government digital services approach to these things and general agile approach to things should recognize this. If you're not, it should be fairly intuitive as we go through. What I'm going to do, sorry, I'll do the note first. What I'm talking about, this is about engaging with users. It's not necessarily about addressing accessibility specifically. There's a lot more things that you can do within that. What I'm trying to do is just show where there are opportunities to really bring users into your design process. So this, I mean, really starts early with your planning stuff. You want to start early. You want to be thinking about this at the very start, before you've even got into your discovery phases or your alphas or whatever. And because if you can start early, you're reducing your rework. So the worst case scenario that I always find is where people have not included disabled people in their research activities. They get to the point where they're designing something and you come along and you go, well, what about this? And they go, well, we hadn't thought about that. And you go, well, you have to think about that, because what you've created will exclude this group of people because of this. And they go, oh, we hadn't thought about that. Well, we'll need to redesign it. So they have to go back and redo all that work that they've done. The other thing is, and again, this is more about accessibility, I guess. The worst case scenario, and more often the most common scenario that I have, is people come to me, they've got 2 weeks before live and they go, yep, we think it's now time to do some accessibility work to understand the needs of disabled people. And you're going, you've got 2 weeks to go live. You're not going to do anything. It's not going to happen. So you have to kind of start this stuff early. So in discovery phase, I think these are the sort of things that I would be thinking about in terms of creating more inclusive thinking and being in a position to include disabled people as part of your design process. And I think one of the key ones is this idea of developing an inclusive culture. And there are wide varieties of ways to do this. Unconscious bias training, so you're starting to make people aware of the biases that they do have, that exist in their thinking. Accessibility awareness training, we try to deliver accessibility awareness training to new teams as they're spinning up, so that they are aware of what they need to think about. So it's not about making them specialists, accessibility specialists. It's just about giving them some pointers and some thoughts on the principles, on the range of people's abilities, and what sort of barriers can be introduced through poor design. And I think there's other things around about language guidelines. So I think there was some discussion about how language can be a barrier to engagement. And so starting to introduce people to different language approaches and also normalize it. So kind of saying, well, actually, you might not get the language right, but not talking is not a great approach to worrying about not getting the language right. So it's about trying to normalize all this. So we always kind of try and ask the question as well. We've got 1 in 5 people living with a long-term health condition or disability. What about your users? What do you know about your users and who your users are? So it's kind of trying to encourage thinking around about who your user base is for your service. One of the dangerous responses to a question about who are your users is everybody. The challenge with that statement is you don't get to make any kind of clear you don't get any clear understanding of actually what your user needs are, because everybody's a wide range of people. And there are a few services which I've engaged with or worked with where that was actually the honest answer. I think one of the main ones, in fact, one of the only ones that I can think of, was the census, where everybody will be doing that. And even then, it wasn't as clear cut as that, because there were certainly non-digital users within the census program as well. So this idea of engaging with users, and I'll talk through later just briefly about what I mean, or how to go about doing that. But I think we've got a lot of stuff, we know a lot of stuff embedded in the standards. There are always problems and challenges within there, but we know a lot of stuff already. We know about how to create forms. We know about how to structure web content. We know about how to provide multilingual services. We don't necessarily do it right all the time, but we do know a lot of stuff already. Find out all that stuff before we even start engaging with the users. But what you're trying to do when you're engaging with the users is understand how your service fits into their life and what their needs around that are. It's all well and good to kind of go, well, we're going to do usability testing, this, that, and the other. But if your actual fundamental service doesn't actually fit with their needs or doesn't understand their needs, then that's going to be a problem. An example of that is, I suppose, taxi services and guide dogs. We've had a lot of challenging reports in news where taxi services just don't pay attention to guide dogs, or don't kind of drive off from people with guide dogs because they're not going to accept it. Okay, so if you're thinking about the research around about that, understanding that people have got guide dogs, that they need their guide dog to come with them, that this is how their guide dog will act and function, and that maybe you could design for that by including an option to say, I've got a guide dog, and then the driver that is appearing is aware of that and can deal with that appropriately. So it's not about kind of making that sort of app for selecting a taxi accessible. It's about understanding that broader user's experience and the needs that come with that. I think one of the other ones that we try to do, and this is quite a challenging one, but go back to your users. So we do a lot of we might do a lot of research and work with people and go, all right, great, we've got all these findings, and this is what it means, and this is what we're going to do with the design. And then the people are slowly left behind as we discuss what we have been told. Ideally, what you want to do is bring them back into the conversation and ensure that they are that you're using them as a sounding board to get your understanding, ensure that your understanding meets with what they said. So returning to them, involving them in sense making and sort of ongoing design activities, that can be quite a powerful way to ensure that you are continually checking what you have learned and checking that it's correct. So as you move into the alpha phase, so this is where you're starting to take some of the learnings that you've got and shape up your design options. I think the first thing, again, it's before you even talk with users, it's thinking about the knowledge that we already have. So they are embedded in accessible interaction and visual standards. So you can either develop them, but realistically, there's a ton of them out there. GDS have got a great sort of set of design patterns that have accessibility built into them. Scottish Government have got a series of design patterns that we are looking at developing as well. There are tons of them around the place, all very, very useful, and they kind of embed that best practice, the stuff that we know already, so that we shouldn't necessarily be going back to people and continue asking them the same questions. We know that stuff. Ask better questions. Once you get that baseline there, it's looking at what you're looking to do at the alpha stage is include disabled people in your research activities. We can't necessarily test prototypes with someone who uses a screen reader because it relies on sort of production level quality code in order to kind of function and get meaningful responses from there. But you can still involve screen reader users in a discussion around about a prototype. We did some work looking at quite complex tables as part of a payments management system, and we were unclear on how to kind of make sure that those tables were going to work for a screen reader. It's quite a challenging problem space. We had a prototype. We worked with dyslexic users, and we worked with deaf users, and we worked with a wide variety of users, but we also worked with screen reader users and sight impaired users, and talked them through the interface, and talked them through the thinking, and talked them through how that might work. And from that, we learned a lot. They didn't necessarily engage with the prototype because it was, I think at the time, it was actually a paper prototype, but we still managed to get their input into that research. So we can do a lot more user research with disabled people, and we can continually feed back into that. So this idea of who can be involved at this stage, anybody can be involved, but you need to kind of adapt your research methodologies to take into consideration what really can you do with that? What sort of information can you get from them? How can they engage with the service that you've got, or how you've mocked up that service? So that, I think, stage of users. At Beta, looking at involving, again, including disabled people in all your research activities, you've got something more concrete. It should be getting to the point of production level code. Try and involve them at an early stage, even if you've only got small components to test with, but continually work through that where you're building up your journeys and testing more thorough journeys. Test with disabled peoples, but also test with common assistive technologies. I would say that, and I can't remember, I think I say it somewhere else in this deck, but you can test with assistive technologies yourself. So for example, I can use a screen reader, but I am a sighted screen reader user. My experience of using that screen reader is slightly different. So I can test some of the technical aspects of it and how a service is working and what it's doing with that assistive technology, but I'm not experiencing it as an actual a screen reader user who is sight impaired. That's a different experience. So that's why you want to kind of try and do both as much as possible. And then when you go live, you've got that ongoing testing with users. Same thing you've got in beta, getting as many and as broad a range of people as you possibly can to be part of that testing process and reviewing your user feedback regularly. And this is both in terms of sort of the user feedback you're getting from your testing, but also if you're getting feedback from your accessibility statement page, which has a nice feedback requirement within there, or from any other aspect. So for example, your call center where somebody's phoning up and saying, yeah, I couldn't use the site because it didn't work with my screen reader. Trying to capture that stuff and respond to it, and then prioritizing fixing issues. That's a pretty general one. So I wanted to talk, that's kind of the phases, the sort of things that you might want to do. I wanted to talk a little bit about how to conduct research in an inclusive way. I think one of the things that's shown us with COVID is that, certainly from a user research community, we've had to adapt how we do things. Now, that adaptation, that's applicable wherever we go. We have to think about that adaptation, or over the years, I've thought about that adaptation in terms of providing inclusive research methods. We've got a constraint now which says we can't meet people face to face. How do we be inclusive in that case? That constraint was there already. In Scotland, we've got the Highlands and Islands, which are difficult to get user researchers to, and we might not have the time or the money to be able to do that regularly. If we go remote, we can do that. It's always been there as a constraint. So, and there are other constraints. We, for example, if we're working with people who are sight impaired, how do you use, sorry, I'm going to dip back into sort of face-to-face stuff, but how do we use post-it notes on a wall? We can adapt our methods to take into consideration those things. So I think the main thing that we need to do with that is understand what your participant needs are. And I'll come to this in a second. It's not necessarily about understanding what their disability is or their impairment. It's understanding what do they need. And within that, you're looking to understand your research question, because that kind of, the two of those combined will allow you to define how you're approaching your research activity, and then just adapt. So if you know what question you're looking to answer and you know what needs you've got, you can adapt your method and ideally adapt it with your participants. Ask them what's going to work for you. The main thing to consider, though, is that in all of these cases, you are going to need more time for your research. Most users, disabled users, do need more time, and you you can provide that more space and time to allow for you to really explore your research questions. Recruiting disabled participants, this is a big challenging area. There's lots that I can talk about. I'm going to kind of just skim through this quickly, and if there are follow-up questions, we can pick that up. Some of the approaches that you can use, recruitment agencies, we've used those in the past. What we tend to find is they have a small pool, and we tend to see the same people coming back again and again. You can do snowball recruitment, where you're actually going out to people that you know and then kind of snowballing out through their social media networks or their networks. That can be quite useful for some communities and work well. Social media can work well as well, but there's data protection and also kind of privacy issues when you start doing that. Working with disabled people's organizations is a key one as well. And within that, building trust is key. So within all of these areas, building out a trust with the organizations, a trust with the communities will benefit you and benefit users. It's kind of making sure that they're involved, making sure that they know that they're involved and that they know that their voice matters. That can be a big value, and you can tend to get more participants as a result of that. But that's a longer term kind of process of doing things. You need to recognize the value of participant time and experience, and this is a tricky one, but expenses and incentives. There's a lot of questions around about that, but it's something that you need to recognize, because people are giving up time and it can cost them quite a bit, particularly if there's travel involved. I think the last thing is this idea: representation can't be comprehensive. The range of abilities and differently abled people is huge. Everybody's experience is unique. So you can't necessarily get that comprehensive, right, we've done everybody, it's good, we've got every perspective in here. You won't get that. And it's recognizing that as an important part of this. Okay, so I talked briefly about involving disabled people in your research methodologies and ask them what they need to participate. So as I say, don't ask them what their disability or impairment is. It is intrusive, it creates a data protection issue, and it actually doesn't tell you anything useful, because someone who says they are registered blind, that covers a range of different needs and a range of different experiences. So it's better to actually ask, what can you do to help people? Now we've got, so I've got a little image here which shows a screenshot of a form that we use with people. This was more for physical stuff. I've got a similar one for digital, but it's much shorter because there's a lot more assumptions and technology that you can include. But things like ask them, do they need a hearing loop? Do they need communication support? Do they need a seat in a particular place? There's a variety of things that you can ask that people kind of can then respond to, and that those are their needs. Similarly, and kind of related to this, you want to tell people what you're going to be doing. So if you tell them, well, this is the structure of the session that we're going to do. We're going to ask you to fill in post-it notes. We're going to ask you to do a conversation with a group of people. They can then go or make more informed responses into what do they need. So, and trying to be as open as possible is very useful. We did some work, so there's a bit of a screenshot here from a document that we sent out to a group of young people that we were involved in some research. So it's young disabled people involved in research, and we basically sent through our entire research discussion guide. We sent through information about the whole session, what we were going to do, all the materials we're going to use. We even sent through a couple of photos of the researchers and facilitators that were going to be involved, so that they could be comfortable and confident about what was being involved in their participation. And they had then the power to choose whether or not they were going to participate. Another thing, just in terms of kind of when you start doing testing and stuff like that, don't test something if you know it's broken. So you can do a review, you can do an audit prior to going to actual testing with users. But if you go to someone who uses a screen reader, knowing full well that there are large parts of it that are broken for screen reader users, you're just wasting their time and wasting your time. The guidelines contain a wealth of research knowledge embedded within there. So if you can find out what's not working and not working before you even involve disabled people, that's a good start. I think the other thing in terms of involving people who are using assistive technologies, these are extremely complex bits of software sometimes, and not everyone is an expert in assistive technology. That's one of the big challenges. So you've got a lot of degenerative conditions that are late onset, where someone might be starting to use assistive technology. They may not be an expert, and actually factoring that into your testing can be an important part as well. So that is key, both in terms of, are you expecting them to know everything about their assistive technology, or would you like a range of people who are using or who have a range of experience with assistive technology? That's kind of quite important in terms of how you're doing things like usability testing. I think the last one in terms of involving people with disabled people is researchers have a lot of power in how that participant voice is presented, and that misinterpretation or misrepresenting can be problematic. And this is what I was saying earlier about making sure that real users are involved in your sense making. Going back to them, validating everything that you do is really important, because that then ensures that you are not making any mistakes in terms of presenting their view. So trying to get them not just involved in giving their opinion, but also are giving their thoughts and kind of expressing their needs and so forth, but also in telling you how or whether you've interpreted it correctly. That is really, really useful and powerful. And again, it builds trust. So there's a little bit about research venue. We're not in physical spaces, but we can still do some of this. So check your venues, physically visit your venues, because a lot of venues don't necessarily know what accessible means or what you mean by it. We've got a checklist of a variety of things that we check for. Also, if you're working with a support organization, they'll know more about the needs of their users. So ask them what venues work for them. That can be quite useful. In terms of digital stuff, asking them what digital technologies work for your users, and ensuring that you're kind of working in that way and using whatever you can from their perspective. As I said, conducting remote research is the only thing we've really got at the moment. It's also useful more from my perspective, where geography is difficult to engage the right users, as I've said, highlands and islands. Accessible meeting options and remote research tools, that's actually a challenging one, because a lot of the research tools that we use aren't accessible. So this comes back to understanding what question you're asking and finding tools that actually respond to that. So you may need to adapt. Also, if you've got people who are using, make sure you run through the technical setup beforehand, or give them the option to do that. That can be quite useful for people, because you then kind of tease out most of the problems and it gives them confidence. But also make sure you've got a backup plan, which is most likely the phone. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to quickly rattle through this last one. Research in a participant's home. For a lot of participants, if you're looking for ecological validity, and also you're looking to make sure that they've got confidence in participating, doing research in their home is often what they would choose to do. Give them that choice, but you need to make sure you're running through the ethics of how you are doing that. And there's a variety of things that you need to check in terms of local risk management practices, limiting the number of people that you're taking along, and avoiding using kind of remote research or remote observers. So quick summary, start your thinking early, build team awareness, understand the lived experience. So building on what we know already, but looking for that lived experience. Be transparent with your approach to research to help people participate more effectively. And I think the final one is, something's better than nothing. Don't sort of stop doing something because you think you can't engage with absolutely everybody. You're better off doing something just to try to move things forward, rather than wishing or not doing anything, because you will learn something, and that can be quite useful in itself. Sorry, I am appreciative of the time and the fact that I talked very, very quickly for that last session.
Kevin, that was fascinating, and again, there's certain words there and areas that have cropped up this morning already, and I think they'll crop up over the course of the 2 days in terms of the service, the design approach, that culture and behaviour and inclusivity. And I think that this is you mentioned it there around that learning aspect as well, and I think this is one of the things that these 2 days will highlight as well, that learning aspect. You know, from a Socitm standpoint, we're learning. All organisations, supplier as well, organisations, they're learning. And I think that this is one thing that is going to highlight, significantly, for that. We've just got one question, Kevin, in the chat from Kath. Is there any recommendations for unconscious bias training?
Sure. So I think we've got our own internal training. I'll see if I can fish that out and forward it through at some point today.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks very much for that. And Lauren's put a message in there, the link in there. So it's coming up to lunchtime for everyone. So if everyone can sort of click back on that original link at 1:15 to join the main session and the final piece of this afternoon, that would be fantastic. So I just wanted to thank Gareth and Kevin once again for some really insightful presentations and conversations this morning, this afternoon. Gareth and Kevin, I presume you're staying on later on as well. If there's any further questions or anything, by all means, ask them. But enjoy your lunch break, guys, and we'll see you at 1:15. Thanks very much.
So I'm Amanda Leojala. I'm the lead for equality and inclusion at the City of London Corporation. My role is multifaceted. I am also, my responsibility for business engagement means that I do a lot of having lots of conversations with city businesses around equality and inclusion. One of the things that I do like to champion is equality, accessibility, big thing around the city, as you can imagine. And I am dyslexic. I have a health condition, both hands in splints, which means that my hands work most of the time, but sometimes they decide. I think that's much.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Andrew, if you'd like to go next, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Booth. I'm the IT Security Officer for Merton Council. My day job involves virtually everything to do with security. I lead in terms of cyber. I represent the council at various security forums. My disability is that I'm registered blind. I have a history of working in IT, originally as a blind trainee analyst programmer. I used a gadget called an Opticon, which dates me, and that was prior to any digital speech. I later used an IBM talking terminal, DOS screen readers, virtually every Windows screen reader ever on the market. I've worked for most of the IT outsourcing companies, probably got about 25 years IT experience before moving into IT security. So that's my background.
Super, thanks. And yeah, Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen Olsen-Bedford. I am the publisher for UK Authority, so some of you may come across us. We love working with Socitm because we share many of the same aims, and this is a particular issue that I'm passionate about for a number of reasons. Firstly, I've been writing about this sector for a long time, but I have a son who has a neuromuscular disability and doesn't have functional handwriting. I have another son who is an A** student in everything but profoundly dyslexic. And myself, I have non-functional handwriting and mobility issues due to an inflammatory arthritis. So as mine gets worse, I'm becoming more reliant on technology to get around, to do things, to do my job, to access everything. For my kids, it's their access to education. So I think for the public sector to be promoting and using accessible technology is absolutely vital in this day and age.
Super, thank you ever so much. So we thought we would perhaps just start really to open up the panel, just talk a little bit about the kind of the personal experiences and the challenges that you've experienced. I think, Andrew, you're going to kind of lead off with something you've had recently around kind of online learning. Is that right?
Not quite right. I had the option of doing a residential course or online learning. The online learning involved Teams and WebEx. And at the time, both of them didn't really have very good accessibility. WebEx was even worse. So I did a residential course, and virtually everything you could think of that could go wrong did go wrong. It was pretty much a disaster. The course lecturer came up with a lot of credit. He did his best. But just being blind, you can't just suddenly be thrown into a very intensive course. For programming courses I've done in the past, once I know I'm booked on the course, I would generally try and get the course material a month or two in advance. And if there were any diagrams, for example, I would try and get the diagrams converted to a raised image photocopy, which I could try and memorize or have some idea of before the event. In actual fact, I got the course, well, I was informed of the course sort of preliminary reading ahead of the course, so I purchased 2 Kindle books and was reading them myself. Unfortunately, they were huge, something like 800 and 1,000 pages. So my first problem was when you want to try and search a book that big in a Kindle, you can do a search and it'll find occurrences of words. But if you find 200 words in a sort of retrieval, actually working through each of them individually is very, very time consuming, and getting to the right one is quite tedious. So although I did preliminary reading, that was a difficulty. The courseware was in a form of another electronic book. And again, rather than getting that several weeks in advance, I got it a couple of days before the course. So that, what can you say? Well, the actual book was in the form of another very, very large PDF. And as has already been mentioned, PDFs can be difficult. My Adobe Acrobat reader pre-processed the PDF file to convert it to what Adobe call a more accessible form. But when you're reading a book of several hundred, maybe 800 pages, just working through that and pre-processing takes a considerable time. So you cannot just open the book and start reading like a sighted person could. So that was a considerable waste of time. The book was also available in a different format. I don't know if anyone's come across Bookshelf, but the training company provided the courseware as a electronic book within the Bookshelf application. They actually provided reading software for the book. Unfortunately, being blind, I'm used to using VoiceOver, the Apple screen reader that's built into iOS and iPadOS. The advantage of using the VoiceOver screen reader is that I'm already familiar with it, I know it inside out, but also over the years I've built up a pronunciation dictionary. So any technical words or where the pronunciation, let's say in terms of networking terms, an ordinary reader would struggle with, and you may not necessarily understand precisely what it's talking about. So VoiceOver gave me that advantage, but with the inbuilt reading on this app, there was none of that. But again, with the size of the book, doing a search was incredibly time consuming and found the wrong occurrences and just wasted time. So if you're on an intensive course, which is fast moving, reading a book in that way, or even being able to search for it, became untenable. Some other issues, well, would you believe it, there are about 15 delegates on the course. My name is Andrew. There was another Andrew as a delegate, and the lecturer was also called Andrew. I've never encountered this situation before, but when other delegates were calling out to the lecturer saying, Andrew this, Andrew that, it immediately pricked my ears, and I kind of lost concentration on what I was doing. Yeah, that was, in terms of accessibility, I'd never encountered that as an issue before, but it happened. The course lecturer gave me a lot of slides. Unfortunately, there are probably about 400 slides. And if you try reading them in PowerPoint whilst the lecturer is talking, and you're not quite sure what's happening, you're taking notes at the same time, listening to the lecturer and trying to have a slide open that you could follow, it's just too much to take in at once. Notwithstanding that, some of the slides in PowerPoint killed my JAWS screen reader. So I always find myself without speech numerous times on the course. So I had to try and either reboot the PC or go to the task manager on the PC and try and reload the speech. Sometimes it wasn't working. Other times there were some remnants of PowerPoint files still there. The whole thing was unsatisfactory. Apart from that, though, on the course, what I really missed with a lecturer talking through a diagram, drawing lines from A to B and describing it, having arrows and so on, the diagrams, it was difficult. And whilst I did my best, it was almost impossible at times to follow just because of the diagrams. And yet, I'm convinced if I had the diagrams in advance, I could have put them in a spreadsheet. I don't know if anyone's come across this before, but in terms of programming, I've done flowcharts in Braille. In terms of structured programming, I've done Jackson structured techniques and used a Lego baseboard with blocks on it to represent the various concepts in the programming, so on. So I'm convinced I would have had no problem following the course, but nevertheless, there were problems. Going back to the actual preliminary on the course, I don't know, without naming names, I can sort of talk around the issue, but there was an external examining body who were managing an examination. So as part of this course, one does the course and an examination immediately afterwards. But being blind, I had to try and get additional time or a reader for the examination. However, that proved a problem. And again, the American company who organized and run the courses in combination with training companies and the examining body insisted on me having a current passport. Now, my passport had run out, and I had to apply for a new one, and that came up in the middle of the COVID situation, which presented a problem. And if you're blind and live on your own, getting the documentation and forms filled out in the middle of COVID wasn't exactly easy. But notwithstanding that, the American company who managed all of these courses made a big issue about their website and applications being accessible. Well, parts of it may be accessible, but other parts certainly weren't. For example, you had to go into the website, log in, create an account, and then apply to the external examining body to get special accommodations, such as extra time or a reader. But in addition to that, the website interfaced with the training company, and you had to try and identify a location where the course would be run and book a course, and immediately after course, an examination. Now, in terms of accessing the calendar in booking the course and examination, I could use a calendar, I could read it, but it was impossible to locate a course and a slot for the exam at the location that I knew I was going to use. The accessibility, certainly on the camera, on the calendar, was just completely unacceptable. And I even got someone cited to try it out because I was getting nowhere with it, and they couldn't do it either. So I didn't feel so bad after that. But yeah, the whole situation was something of a disaster. Even when I had the exam, the training company had organized the reader, and he turned up and he said, "I'm reading." And I said, "I'm answering questions." And we were in a situation where never the twain will meet, because someone had to use the PC for the exam and the reader wasn't prepared to do that. So 5 minutes before the exam, I ended up having an argument with the reader. And it's not the kind of thing you want to do, to stay calm and do quite an important exam. So overall, that was just an accumulation of events. And to put the cap on it, the training company told the lecturer the day before the course that I was partially sighted. Now, I'm not partially sighted, I'm registered blind, and there's a big difference. And I felt sorry for the lecturer, actually, because he was kind of thrown into the deep end, had no preparation for me. And I tried to communicate with him something like 3 weeks ahead of the course, and the training company didn't allow it. In fact, I think the training company was so poor that they only really organized a lecturer the week before the course. And that's the kind of seat of the pants way they operate. So that's my experience on a course. On a day-to-day basis, I use the JAWS screen reader, and I encounter accessibilities every day. Now, a lot of people have talked about websites, and whilst that's true and important, it's not half the story. For example, with the screen reader I use, there's all sorts of symbols on the screen. Now, generally speaking, a symbol is an image probably of 6 pixels or less. And if you're lucky, they have text associated with it. But generally speaking, they're too small and the screen reader has no labels for them. So quite often I meet situations where the screen reader will speak graphic 453, graphic 702, graphic 901. The screen reader has labeled the symbol as best it can to make it unique, but the screen reader doesn't know what it's for. So in my situation, I need sighted assistance to label that graphic so I know what it's for, so that in the future, the screen reader will speak it correctly. Alternatively, I can try clicking on that graphic to see what happens. And if it doesn't do anything too dangerous, then I can go back a step and label it myself. So I meet that situation all the time. Now, people have spoken about PDFs. I agree. The PDF standard allows for non-accessible images. And in the past, I've used OCR software to convert them to text. So if you're using JAWS now, that can work up to a point, or Kurzweil 1000 OCR software, you're in with a chance of making non-accessible PDFs better. But for example, one of the other issues I encounter almost every day is
Sorry, Andrew. I was going to say, so I think we've got some kind of questions and things coming in. I know we're going to talk a bit more about the accessibility later, if that's all right. Sorry to.
Sure,
and I think
probably gone on far too much.
No, so and I think we can all see, can't we? That's one of the things. These are there's been lots of shaking of heads and things from that point of view about the kind of the challenges that you're experiencing from that point of view. We've got some kind of questions coming in, Helen, Amanda, just about your own experiences. And I know, Helen, you're obviously involved quite heavily in content creation, and just listening to Andrew, some of those challenges of making sure content is accessible. So could you perhaps just share with us, both your personal experiences and also how you think about that kind of content creation a bit in your role at UK Authority?
Yeah, we think about it a lot, and it's not easy to do in terms of there are no, Andrew has just given some fantastic examples of how, he can have screen readers that he uses, but the course uses a different one, or he's got accessibility, but the website isn't using similar ones. And I think something that would be kind of a role for the public sector here would be to champion those standards, so that we all know which standards to work for. So we're an SME, we're very, very small. So we're limited to, I don't have that expertise on hand. I don't have, Amanda, who has enormous expertise in this kind of thing. So we would love that kind of, all right, so if we're going to use captioning, what is the most useful one for people who, for people who have hard of hearing, or for Andrew, what's the best screen reader? For myself, it's a case of actually, I'm always on the lookout for things that when my hands stop working properly. I mean, at the moment, I use a combination of mice, tablets, etc., because I can't, it's a repetitive issue going on as well. But I've not found, again, it's like finding that source of expertise where you've got one thing that everybody is going to say, we're going to use that, it works. Because at the moment, there are lots of offerings. And as a journalist, a tech journalist, I've tried lots of them over the years. The last 20 years, I've probably tried everything. And none of them quite work. And it's just frustrating that you're always looking for that one magic bullet, and there's loads of developments. But as an SME, we can't keep up. So to have a resource like, say, Socitm, who can collate those learnings and go, do you know what, for council websites, these really work. That would be an amazing resource to have. I mean, Amanda, I'm sure you've got ideas on that as well.
Absolutely. So for me, of course, my role means that I champion all the 9 protected characteristics, but predominantly race and disability, LGBT, are my main areas of focus. I come from a social care background. I feel as though my life led me to this role because I studied business management, but I fell into equalities. I started off in social care. I actually started working in a job centre for people with disabilities. And that opened my eyes to the challenges that people with different disabilities had. And then with time and a few research papers later, I actually realized that I had a lot of experience that I could put to good use, and I had the capacity to speak to lots of people to understand where they were coming from. And one of the things that I will always say is that there might not be the perfect solution to anything at the moment, but the more you speak to people with different types of disabilities, it really enables you to better create systems that are fit for purpose. I think we're getting there, because certainly for me, the moment I saw read out loud on my Microsoft application, I was over the moon. However, then I went into PDF and realized it wouldn't read it there, so therefore was a bit disheartened, but got Clara Reid. Those of us on the panel know that I've struggled to get Clara Reid. I finally have it. But things like that, there are lots of opportunities to change the way you work. I've got dyslexia. I have short memory span. However, that doesn't deter me from doing my work. What deters me from doing my work is not having the right programs in place to enable me to do that. And so when I talk about equality, I actually leave that one alone. I talk about equity. It's about removing the barriers that impair people from doing the things that they should be able to do. And most of the things that you put in terms of accessibility, it actually helps everyone. If you put a blue screen over anyone's main screen, I'm sure most people with glasses, without glasses, with dyslexia or without, will say it makes the words stand out more. So it's just simple accessibility things and being able to champion it. And I do think that there isn't a win-win at the moment, but we're certainly on the road to success.
Yeah, no, that's great. And
Yeah.
I know sorry, Helen.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I think what Amanda's saying is so important, that kind of equity of access and equity of opportunity. I mean, we're incredibly lucky that we work in the technology sector, so we can see how things work. I mean, for Andrew as well, to be able to, 2 generations ago, his career wouldn't have been possible without the technology. And he's in a perfect point as a technologist to be able to advise on that and how to make that work for everyone else. But if the public sector's goal is anything, it should be to make, as Amanda says, equity of opportunity and access. And that's not just for our staff, but for our citizens as well, because technology is the access to it all. I mean, to be blunt, without the technology, we wouldn't, if the COVID had happened 10, 20 years ago, we'd have been absolutely, well, I can't use the word, but we would have been. It would have been, sorry, it would have been impossible to keep public services running. And the sector's done an amazing job in keeping public sector services running. And it's so close to being, to leading on making things accessible. Equity of access. Technology is the key. It has to be. Okay. Sorry, Tony, over to you.
No, I was going to say, well, I think the comment that's coming on the chat was stuffed was the term you were looking for potentially. So for one of our contributors, so thanks for that.
Thanks very much. I'll look at them later.
Yeah. So we had
sorry,
Andrew, we had questions of earlier on about the standards. Can the Disability Accessibility Centre be helping in that space? I don't know if we've had experience of that. And then Andrew, if you want to come in on your next point.
I have a general comment in terms of disability. I don't think there's any one solution for any disability. People are different and their ability to cope with situations varies. So I think the special accessibility equipment is a personal choice. For me, I've used virtually all the screen readers over the generations, and I've wasted much of my life trying to keep in touch with the latest developments, and I came to the conclusion I'm wasting my life here. So I've decided on one, JAWS for Windows, and I'm using that consistently. There are others which are almost as good. There are some which are particularly good on web pages, but I work in a Microsoft organization. Sometimes I regret it, but things like Word, Excel, Outlook are pretty much standard tools for me, and I suspect many others. Going back to the Microsoft Evangelist, I'm old enough to remember Windows 386. And I was excluded from work then because there wasn't a screen reader available at the time. I used things like Outspoken, Slimline Windows Bridge. I even used the OS2 screen reader in order to access Windows for Workgroups 3.0. Now that's a long time ago, but over the years, many years ago, Microsoft didn't think about accessibility, and it was quite shocking. I'm pleased to hear they have a better approach now, but I'm still having accessibilities issues on a daily basis. For example, Outlook. I'm restricted to reading my emails for the last year, simply because at the bottom of the screen there's a button which I just cannot access with my screen reading software. Now that shouldn't happen. I should be able to access every button on the screen. The company I work for, the organisation, has transitioned to SharePoint. We're now storing documents in the cloud. And previously, when I could access files very, very easily using the Windows Explorer, I can no longer use that technique with SharePoint and documents in the cloud. So that's actually slowing me down. It's a hindrance. And yet people are thinking, this is great, SharePoint. It's not as good as some people think. And for some people, like me using a screen reader, it's slowing me down and making my life more difficult.
And I know when Martin kind of opened up this morning, he touched on, you know, the additional costs and challenges of this with disabilities. I know Hector's here with us from Microsoft. He spoke earlier today, and
sure.
He's put some comments in the chat. There might be some kind of follow up there. A question maybe for yourself, Amanda, that's come in. We've had one about, you know, any tips in presenting kind of hierarchical information in staff charts and those kinds of things, and just thinking about that kind of broader theme about how we make information, give, you know, equality of access to information, whether that's through an impairment such as blindness or through any of the other things we've touched on.
Well, for me, you don't use charts if you don't really need them. So if you're looking at an organizational chart, for example, in an organization such as the City Corporation, which is quite heavily layered, although things are changing currently, you wouldn't display the hierarchy as a chart. You can easily describe it and describe what each function does without the need for the boxes, which we know makes the chart inaccessible. So for me, it's just about ensuring that whatever you're doing is accessible for everyone. We know that it's not going to work, so don't use the charts, or find a more accessible way of doing it. I mean, what we've done more recently, we have a staff network, but we also have a group of staff who come together to discuss some of the different issues, and they come from different backgrounds with a diversity of disabilities or health conditions, and they come together regularly, and we look at things like the website to see how it's working and feed that back to our IT specialists.
Tony, just an interesting point. Picking up on that idea of, you know, doing things, explaining the hierarchy rather than using software, etc. And coming back to some of the questions that have been on the chat around being told not to, you know, being advised not to put screen readers or overlays on websites because everyone's using their own. And absolutely, Andrew has invested time in his own particular screen reader. But is there not something that the public sector can do, possibly through Socitm again, of saying, well, actually, okay, so to all those manufacturers of that, what base do you need us to put into the website so that all the screen readers can read it without a problem? You know, so it's almost like on the standards front, we need to look at maybe one step behind and say, okay, so all local authority websites are going to use this, and we're going to let all the screen reader companies know so that they can adapt. I don't, you know, we don't, individually, no one has the power to do that, but as a sector, you may well get some momentum on that because you're a large sector.
Absolutely so, and we've had some conversations throughout the day, and I think this is the challenge you had, Amanda, wasn't it, around getting Claro readers, is around the kind of procurement process that exists around things, and are we making sure that we're building in accessibility as part of the kind of procurement standards and things of those elements. So I guess some of that question is back to the group, back to the Socitm members, and hopefully we'll get some comments back on that. But do we just want to touch briefly, you know, what should we be doing procurement wise? I mean, that's something we've done at Sense, for instance. Some of you will have heard me speak earlier about we've gone through a selection process for a new HR system. We specifically asked to ensure those products were accessible and were meeting standards. We had one provider who didn't. They weren't willing to work on it, and we concluded the process with them. They said, well, we've got a really good product, and we said, well, you might do, but actually it's not accessible. You're openly admitting it's not accessible. We're not going to select that, because as an organization, that was our way we could influence the market. You know, pulling some of the partners together for this event has been a challenge. We've had some nervousness around the whole notion of accessibility and products being accessible as well. So, yeah.
I think that's a really important point, Tony. Oh, sorry, Andrew, just 1 second. Sorry, I think that's a really important point. I love what you've done with Sense in terms of that procurement power. And, you know, this is something that the sector should run with and say, we're not going to use that, because you do collectively have a massive procurement power. And if you all do what Sense has done and said, no, we're not going to have it, you can damn well be sure that that supplier will have an accessible product within a few months. Sorry, Andrew.
If only it was that simple. I've had some involvement in tenders. And these tenders affected my area of work. For example, engage in IT health checks and penetration testing and security and so on. And I've made it clear in the tender document that it must conform to W3C accessibility guidelines, and I've stressed the point by actually stating that we employ visually disabled staff. So those staff must be able to use the software. And similar to Tony, we have rejected applicants who weren't accessible. And it can be difficult, though, because the organisation does not really develop anything. We purchase inbuilt software and packages, and if that package is the only one on the market, then we don't really have a lot of choice, and it makes life difficult for people like myself. For example, virtually everywhere I work, we've had to use a timesheet system, so recording your time and attendance, and virtually all of them have used some sort of ActiveX control in terms of the calendaring or the date input. And quite often, the ActiveX control will kill the speech in my screen reader. That's something I've had to just get over. I have problems booking leave with our system at the moment where I work. Virtually every system has got some sort of accessibility limitation, but because it's already been purchased, I've just got to get on with it as best I can. It's been mentioned earlier that Word files can be more accessible than PDFs. They can be, but in the hands of someone who doesn't understand what they're doing in Word, you could end up with a completely inaccessible form. And I have had that with appraisals. So I think there's scope for a lot of improvement here in terms of general accessibility, not just websites, but once you've got a job and you're working in an organization, how do you cope? And if you encounter a problem, if you're lucky, you can report it back to the company who made the software and try and get them to improve it with the next release. But if you're up against an awkward company that may have developed that software using a group of contractors who've since been disbanded, they'll do everything they can to not enhance it. And in that situation, tough.
We've got a lot of nodding of heads there, I think, Andrew, at those comments, which is really good. We've got some things in the chat posting around some kind of things on procurement and accessibility standards, but just a comment I'd like to pick up on, which is one of the early questions somebody said about, you know, being advised not to put screen readers or other technology on devices. But we've got a counter to that from Stuart to say, you know, is it not accessible to have accessibility tools on a site who may not have the ability or the funds themselves? And again, just thinking about that kind of inclusivity and broader agenda, you know, how would we approach that?
I have an issue there with my security hat on. We want as little software as possible running on our computers. The more software you have, the more vulnerabilities in it. And if you don't specifically have anyone who needs to use that software, then you shouldn't really be running it on security grounds.
Yeah, that's an interesting view. I mean, Amanda, would you like to kind of just think about that from your kind of inclusivity role? You know, what do you think? You know, is there a happy medium, I guess, for those considerations?
From my point of view, I think, and I will always say this, that it is about making the systems fit for the person to do what they need to discharge their role. And security risks, I understand, are a big issue. So I'm not an expert in this, but what I would say is that that's why we have IT specialists around to help us to block those security issues and to make it safe and fit for purpose. I have more than one device that I work with to help me do my role. So I've got my main computer, which is Microsoft, and then I have an iPad. The iPad helps me with reading things which might take me longer. My main screen helps me to do everything else. I've added a couple of packages which not everybody uses, and I understand now why some of them take longer to process. But I don't think we can keep hiding behind security issues. We've got lots of technology that helps with security issues. It's about using the right security tools to ensure that everyone can do the best that they can. I know that it's not a quick fix. I understand that there's people developing systems all the time, but at the same time, I think if we have a clearer, harder approach, similar to that you've taken with procurement, and just say, actually, it's not good enough. I need this to do my role. That should be helpful enough.
Yeah, Tony, I just to add, sorry, I keep saying just to add to that, but you know, the pandemic has shown us that we wouldn't be delivering public services without technology. The pace of digital transformation, the report that that Socitm put out just last week has absolutely ramped up. You know, how do we keep this momentum? That's a big issue, and Martin and I are having discussions over it, Martin. But how do we take advantage of that in a culture of, actually, we value our staff so much and we cannot do this without technology? How do we deliver public services that work for everybody in our organizations, externally? Because if there was a time, it's now, while we have that huge confidence in the ability of technology to keep things running. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, not at all. And I think, you know, this is some of the stuff we need, isn't it? You know, how do we put ourselves forward? You know, and you know, technology sector, I know Hector and I were talking earlier, you know, we know the sector has perhaps ignored or forgotten about those things. We know that, so there are those challenges. I know that we've had you know, suppliers who, so they've had that nervousness around it, but we have to try and present that front, don't we? You know, we are representatives of the communities we serve, and you know, we have a responsibility, don't we, to try and to tell those stories and to involve people. You know, we are, you know, diversity makes us stronger, and diversity is about a whole range of things, including you know, individuals with a whole range of different considerations and conditions, and that's what we need to deal with, really. I just wanted to perhaps come back, Helen, on terms of things. So we've talked there about kind of applications and things from that point of view, but from a kind of a journalistic standpoint as well, thinking about web content and those kind of areas, do you think that, you know, people are considering about this? Are we seeing a lot of articles around it? I know you speak very passionately about it, but do you think there's enough kind of press coverage? Should there be more being done in that space? And how could we get it up the agenda?
Share more stories. I mean, I would be more than happy to cover it more. I'd love to write about the sense, what you've been doing there, especially with the procurement and Andrew's issues. It's like, actually, unless we share these stories, and we need to share them with the right people as well, because if we want to go for a culture change whereby it is just part of what we do, it's normal, it's the new normal, it's accessible, we make that as part of, why wouldn't we? Of course we can. And we encourage through procurement and through specifications or agreeing on sort of standards for council websites, etc., which we do have, but you know, it's like, how do we put that into the procurement? But if we don't change that culture, we won't get there. And I think sharing stories and writing about it more, absolutely. I'm really pleased that you guys have have highlighted this and are starting to bring it more into our community in terms of the public sector tech community. There's been fantastic work done by GDS and co on this, fantastic website accessibility standards. We need to get to, sorry, Andrew. We need to get to kind of, chief execs, councillors, the people who perhaps don't even think about it. They need to know that when a procurement comes through, it'll be like, well, hang on, why isn't it accessibility? Why isn't it in there? So that it's normal, it's the new normal.
Can I just have a word about GDS? As part of my role, I need to make submissions to the government. Now, the government has changed from Microsoft to essentially a Google or Google-based organization with GDS. And they, instead of using Microsoft Word, they are now using open document text documents. And many of them are inaccessible for screen readers. And you will often see a government website, a GDS site, saying you can download this document, but if you use screen reader or access technology, it may be inaccessible. And I've had that problem. I've emailed them saying I want an accessible version. If I'm lucky, it takes a week. If I'm unlucky, it takes 6 weeks. And that is slowing me down in my job. That is completely unsatisfactory. And that this is a government site. Sorry, but I'm not impressed.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the challenges. I mean, Natalie asked a question about, is anyone aware of any legal cases in this area? And I don't know, Natalie, whether you'd got a specific point in mind you wanted to add into there. But is that something we should do more of, or we should consider, or is there a fear of legal cases? It came up earlier on in one of the sessions around, I think around the PDF element, but just about how we would manage that. About does that hold us back sometimes as technology people, that we've got to get it perfect, and what does that mean? So there's a few things there. So
I think we've made good progress in terms of websites. From an application point of view, whereas before we would have had native Windows applications, now many of them are web-based or browser-based. So if they're browser-based, theoretically, they should be easy for a developer to make it conform to the W3C accessibility guidelines. That shouldn't be an issue. And for that reason, I'm optimistic that in the future, more applications will be accessible. PDFs are an ongoing problem, and I think we may well need some sort of legislation to force that issue to make them accessible for screen readers. But we're a long way off implementing that at the moment. That's my personal view.
I'm not aware of any legal cases, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any and that there aren't any brewing, because it should be a fundamental right to be able to access things and provide things in an accessible format. But I think to Andrew's point around the only way you're going to push Adobe into changing that PDF format is going to be by procurement power, by people demanding it, and the people who are paying for it demanding it. So there is a responsibility on the public sector to demand that, because one person on their own will get nowhere against those big organisations.
And it's a cynical view, but if there is someone with a disability who is causing problems, next time there's a restructure, they may well sort of restructure to get rid of that person. It happens.
Would be dreadful, Andrew.
I'd hope not.
Yeah, that would be that should be a legal case if that happens to people, because we can't lose talent simply because we can't provide access. That would be a huge loss to the public sector.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that would happen in the public sector, but it's more likely to happen in private companies. But the thing is that I don't know if anyone's aware of the concept of stack management at all.
not particularly, and I know we're going to be coming close to time. I think that maybe
Okay.
something we could get kind of posted into the chat or the follow up on that, Andrew, and just kind of picking up on some of the questions, if that's
Sure.
okay. I mean, certainly there's a response back in terms of that point around GDS about the regulations they're breaking, and some content there that might be worth a look from that point of view. I'm going to kind of come round and do a quick summing up in the moment, but just something else I wanted to share from Sense, and we think about inclusivity. You know, when we set out almost a year ago on this kind of COVID challenge, we very quickly as an organisation, along with a number of other charities, tried to lobby the government around having sign language interpreters present at government briefings. You know, it is an area where our friends in America actually do a lot more of in this space, and the response came back, well, that's available on the BBC online option, or it's available on the BBC News channel. Yet if you're watching on BBC One, it's not available. And you know, that's one of those things around leadership, isn't it, then, about actually why shouldn't we be putting it at the forefront? Because it's been made a secondary thing, it's been made something else that you know, somebody's got to go through an extra step to change what they're looking at just to be able to receive information that they really need to receive. And we know throughout COVID that individuals with disabilities have suffered more in terms of lack of access to information, their health inequalities, and various other things from there. And I know, you know, Martin's written a really good piece in the Digital Trends, and which unfortunately I can't read out, but he ends it with kind of going, you know, will you be able to look back at your grandchildren in the eye and say I made a difference? And I think that's, you know, part of Martin's kind of call to action, which is really good. If I could perhaps just kind of come around each of the panel members now, just for a, you know, what would their kind of personal call to action be? Maybe just a kind of 1 or 2 sentences. And Amanda, if I can start with yourself, please.
I was hoping you wouldn't start with me. Calls to action. I think that now we have the extension of the Equality Act with the Public Sector Accessibility Act. I think it will highlight the need to make things more accessible for everyone. I think that we need to be more vocal in this space and not shy behind, if I say anything, there's going to be repercussions. I think we just need to be smart at how we do things, join together, work with people like Sense and Socitm to make the changes that we need and to highlight the issues. The more we talk about it is the more that we raise the profile. By being silent, we're almost being complicit in the issues that are at hand. And I think listening to Andrew today has really, really helped me to think differently about my own disability, but also about some of those disabilities that people can't really understand unless they're in your shoes. And earlier on, when we looked at how things look from a person with a visual impairment's eyes can look, it really made me think that I need to be more of an advocate. And I just think that we just need to be more vocal. Sorry, that was more than a couple of sentences.
That's all right.
It was brilliant, Amanda.
Yeah. Andrew, yourself, what would your call to action be, or your call to arms maybe?
Okay, I agree with Amanda. We have to be prepared to be more vocal. Going back to Zoe earlier in the day, I think that's a great step forward. And I would sort of advise anyone who's relatively new in employment as a disabled person, expect it to be difficult, but just grit your teeth and get on with it. Life is difficult at times, but if you think about the issues, there's ways around most of them. For example, many issues a blind person encounters could be solved with a reader. A reader doesn't necessarily come cheap, but they can overcome all the issues that I would have had. But then they can slow you down as well. I think it's getting better in accessibility. There's more people considering it, but we still have a long way to go. So it's not necessarily going to be a nice sail on a lake. It's going to be a choppy sail with lots of waves coming at you, but keep at it. You know, once you've got a job, then you can make a difference. But until you've got that job, it's very difficult and it can be demoralizing. So good luck to anyone who's trying to get employment. It's very difficult at the moment.
Yeah.
Great. And Helen, yourself?
Well, I was just looking at some of the chat and where they're saying about, you know, should it be the new GDPR? I think it should be the new GDPR. It's a pity there aren't massive fines for being in breach of it as well. That would soon get senior leadership attention. But in the meantime, I think it's all about culture change, raising the issue, telling the stories, and coordinating the procurement requirements. I think, I keep saying it, Socitm has a huge role to play here in suggesting to all its members that you include these, like you did, Tony, in Sense, include that in your procurement, because that will affect change. So culture, leadership, try and get it as high level as GDPR and practical. Make them, you know, make it clear that you won't be a customer unless they do help you on that front. Won't make me very popular with suppliers, but never mind.
No, but maybe you know, that's one of the truths we have to overcome, isn't it? It is about being brave, and I think, you know, as we kind of come to wrap up the day, I think, you know, we have to thank those suppliers that have been involved today, and certainly that we've got more of a tech focus tomorrow, for being willing to put themselves on that stage and open themselves up to scrutiny and that kind of conversation. You know, it is something that needs to be done. I know there's lots of comments going on through the chat. I know, apologies, we haven't been able to get through to them, to everybody. You know, if we're able to respond afterwards, we will do. I know that the Socitm team are going to be trying to summarize things up and get all those details there. I'd like to really extend my thanks to the panel members for their time this afternoon, and also in helping us talk through what is a challenging issue, what is a heartfelt issue as well, and talking from their own personal experiences about what more we can do, you know, and getting some feedback, lots of great takeaways and things of that kind of nature. So yeah, thank you.
Just one quick question. Will we be able to get hold of that chat afterwards? Because there's some great tips and things in there as well, and some really useful links. If that could be shared, that would be awesome. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a question. Certainly the recordings are being shared. I know we'll look to try and to get kind of the conversation kind of taken out of the chat and summarized in some way, shape or form. I'm sure Dave and Lauren are already, and Poppy are dealing with that. So yeah, my thanks to the panel once again. So just as we kind of come to conclusion for today, you know, I think it's been really insightful. This is, as we said, it's been our first Share National of the year. It's been a challenge trying to put these things together, and it's a different topic for Socitm. And you know, I'm really proud of the work that's starting to be done in that space. I know that you know, work has been done. We've got a new non-exec director looking about accessibility and inclusion. So you know, this is an agenda that Socitm is trying to put some focus on. You know, just to kind of sum up and sort of see where we are, you know, we heard at the start of the day from Martin about, you know, all the huge breadth of individuals that kind of live with disability and the challenges that they face in their lives. You know, Hector talked to us about, you know, how we can really look to be doing things different, and the fact it's a broader topic. It's not just about web accessibility, it's not just about, you know, the conditions, but health conditions. We've got to think about neurological conditions and things of that nature as well. I had a great session with Oliver, I think, about looking at, you know, how we can use the web without using our hands, and encouraging that thought about different tools. I think the most talked about thing today has probably been PDF versus Word accessibility. And I think maybe what we need to be doing is getting Adobe and Microsoft in a room at some point in time and seeing what their responses are from that point of view. I know the workshop sessions were really insightful, and thanks to all of our sort of members for contributing to that. I know we had a few technical glitches, so apologies particularly to Gareth from Wales for that, and I know we'll be trying to get the presentation content out there, and yeah, just, you know, I think we only need to see the things about, you know, how much a good day it's been, and really appreciative for those of the panel session this afternoon. Somewhere in the chat, I think Poppy is going to be posting the link to the feedback form. If we can just encourage everybody to put that in. There we go, as if prompted. To fill that in, it's really helpful to us at Socitm to just try and get that information back. It helps us evolve the events, and it helps us provide the services to you as members. And once again, thanks everybody. We have day 2 tomorrow. Today has been a bit more focus on kind of some of the people elements. Tomorrow we are looking a bit more about the technology elements. We've got a little more detail around some of the capabilities that are out there. I know we've got Silktide speaking again. We've got Love Language coming to do some sessions for us as well. So if you are able to join us for tomorrow, please do so. Otherwise, I'd like to wish everybody a very happy afternoon, and thanks for your time. And if we perhaps say goodbye in our kind of love language way, we can do our double handshake. So,
oh dear.
Yeah.